Hello everyone, welcome to the stream. I am gonna do a recap of what happened last time. Thank you, Mill, for redeeming first. I did not expect to see you here, if I seem shocked. Anyways. Pretty much what happened last time. We were investigating or whatever, Edgeworth, he pretty much can't investigate anymore. Because the police were like, you're falsifying evidence, and you're not doing a good job. So now you need to not investigate anymore. So Edgeworth can't investigate anymore. It's handed over to the police, I guess. We found out more about the SL9 incident, I guess. Or at least we found some more evidence from that case. I don't know if we know much more about it, per se. Then we also found out that Edgeworth was also in the evidence room for whatever reason. And we found out that for oh my god, what's his name? What is his name? Cowboy guy. Oh my god, it's like Marshall. Marshall was in the evidence room, but we don't know why. We don't know why, but we seen his fingerprints in there. So we only know about that. So yeah, we just investigated the crime scene pretty much. We figured out how to get into there. Took a little bit of bribing. That's all. It's pretty much what happened. There's not much development on who the actual murderer is, though. So... Oh. Yeah. This is pretty much what happened. Oh yeah, and we found out that there's 2 knives. Well, one is evidence from another case from years ago, and I think was stolen. It was found in the muffler of... What? Lana's muffler. Yeah. Okay, that's good enough. You know enough. Now we must play game. February 24th, 9:41 a.m., District Court Defendant Lobby, number 2. So, what do you think, Mr. Wright? I think the prosecution is as confused as we are. That was so quiet. But thank you, Mill, for the 100 bits. And saying, Hebis. Hi, Joey!
No, you better screen share a little, bro.
Okay. I didn't expect anybody to join the call. But I'll screen share.
Bro.
I will! Okay,
all.
Joey. That's me!
Oh, shit.
After all.
Wait, who's Lana?
That's the older sister of this girl.
Oh, shit. The victim was murdered 2 different places at the same time. And a different suspect was arrested at each of the crime scenes. Lana! Good morning, Mr. Wright. Why is she so fancily dressed? Like, you are No, she's not even a detective.
She's a prosecutor.
Why are you wearing medals?
I mean, Edgeworth is kind of the same way. They kind of all are.
Just wearing a regular red suit with a little bit of like a.
That's true. She looks like a pilot or something.
Yeah, she looks like she's in the military. Anyway, I apologize for yesterday. I was indisposed.
Oh, you weren't here for the last part of the trial. Did you hear my recap?
Something about Edgeworth was in the evidence room as well.
Yeah, Edgeworth was in the room, but also so was the guard guy. What is his name? I keep forgetting. Marshall. Marshall was in the room because we found his fingerprints in there, and maybe his blood, or he had blood on his hand too. So I have no idea what's going on there. I hope they didn't hold you too long for questioning.
I'm kind of spoiling here, but I'm pretty sure that the true culprit is the chief of police.
Yeah, I think so too.
I think the reason that he killed him was because our victim here was going to expose that the police department did a shoddy job investigating that case. That's why they weren't able to, win off of any sufficient evidence or whatever.
Yeah, I mean, I would have thought that anyways, because, like, it's kind of weird to make, like, Edgeworth did not even do anything, yet he's not allowed to investigate anymore. It's only the police department that's allowed to investigate now, which is kind of weird. But
there's a reason why he's not allowed to investigate anymore. And that's explained in spin-off games.
Well, he said that it was because he was falsifying evidence or something like that. And he didn't do that this time. So I don't even know what the deal was.
But games happen after the first Phoenix Wright game. Never mind. I'm completely fucking up the timeline. Anyway, just continue.
Okay. I hope. Oh yeah, I already said that line. Okay.
We just finished, actually. I'm used to all-nighters, though. So how'd it go? It says Mr. Wright suspects the police are clueless. I figured as much, so I struck a plea bargain. A plea bargain? What do you mean by that? We agreed that if I told them the truth behind this simultaneous murder, they wouldn't see capital punishment. And that's what I mean, Emma. But Lana, don't tell me you... Much to my regret, I'm as much in the dark about this as they are.
Miss Sky. We found trace evidence of a certain person in the police department's evidence room. They belong to Officer Jake Marshall.
What kind of trace evidence?
Bloodstained fingerprints, to be exact. That's the trump card I have up my sleeve today. You don't understand what this means, don't you?
In order to defend my sister, you're going to accuse Mr. Marshall.
We have to play the cards we're dealt. Isn't that right, Miss Sky?
Do what you have to do, Mr. Wright.
Okay, let's see how this goes. February 24th, 10 a.m., District Court, courtroom number 9.
If I had a nickel for every client that said, hey, don't defend me, and then reluctantly let themselves be defended, I'd have like 10 bajillion nickels. It's this entire series. A court is now in session for the trial of Miss Lana Sky. Again.
The defense is ready, Your Honor.
Mr. Phoenix Wright, I'm fucking tired. Can you stop making these cases drag out? The prosecution... I'm afraid you'll have to clarify, Mr. Edgeworth. It takes 30 minutes. By car to reach... Wait, did I miss something?
Oh yeah! It's been confirmed that the murder of the same victim took place in 2 places at the same time.
No, I'm saying, like, did the Discord call lag? Because I feel like I missed a line.
No, you didn't miss a line. He just says immediately it takes 30 minutes by car.
Bro did not waste any time. Okay.
Yeah.
It takes 30 minutes by car to reach the police department from the prosecutor's office. Yet the victim, Bruce Goodman, was slain at both places at the exact same time. But that's not physically possible, is it? What's more, I heard the victim was from the evidence room just disappeared. Yes, and the body eventually reappeared in the trunk of Mr. Edgeworth's car.
Wow, this is one messed up trial.
None of this makes any sense.
I know!
One of my duties as a prosecutor is to present impartial evidence. Today I will present evidence relating to the murder at the police department. In doing so, I believe the way in which we should proceed will reveal itself. Now that's what sets Mr. Edgeworth apart. He sounds so on top of things. Even though he doesn't know what's going on himself.
And that's supposed to be an admirable trait?
Hey, listen. Ad-libbing and improv will get you through 90% of life. It's how I got all of my jobs. Very well. Let the trial resume. On the day of the crime, what exactly transpired at the police department? Miss Edgeworth, you may call your first witness on the day onto the stand.
What witness?
For my first witness, the prosecution calls the suspect of the murder that occurred at the... Oh, no, not this guy. Police department. The suspect? You mean the so-called murderer? Or at least the first one?
I mean, there was no other people in the room. Oh, God.
even
Things are
even
getting
Phoenix
wild.
Is like, bruh. He's like, no, please. The witness will please state his name and occupation. Yes, sir. I'm Officer Mike Macon, sir. Mike is short for Michael. Like St. Michael, my mom loved the church.
Okay. That's fine.
Just sprinkling in a little bit of character lore there. My occupation is, that would be murderer, sir. Hello, lols. I'm sorry, I didn't quite catch that. You're telling us you're a professional killer?
This guy. Oh.
Sir, me, sir. I was the one who did it, sir. I'll never kill anyone again, sir. You gotta believe me, sir. Oh, it's lagging again. Oh no, hold on. Sir, I'm what you would call part of the younger generation, sir. You are gotta be at least 40 years old. Fuck off with that. Objection, he's old.
Objection.
Objection, he's gotta be at least 35.
Objection, he's in the grave.
LMAO. A person whose actions adults can't possibly comprehend. What do you mean? You are an adult. What
Dude, you're an adult. How the heck are you a police officer if you're not an adult? You're an adult. What the heck?
Bye, lols. I don't know if you were watching the stream.
Bye, I guess.
Mr. Edgeworth, help. Please. Officer Meekins. Yes, sir. Give us your report of the crime. Consider that in order. Yes, sir. As you wish. After all, I am part of a generation that must be told what to do, sir. What are you on?
Oh my god.
This man is a meth.
He was not like this yesterday. What the heck?
You can't fault him for his lack of enthusiasm. What is
Whoa.
this courtroom saying?
Emma, are we witnessing the same thing? I mean, clearly Emma has not been paying attention to any of the cases so far, or like the case so far, so whatever.
Although it was not my normal duty, I was assigned to guard the evidence room that day. I spotted a suspicious man on the security screen and rushed into the room. I was only doing what I was trained to do, sir. I was suddenly attacked.
My question is, they supposedly have, like, film proof of, like, this attack, but I want to see what it actually looks like, but I haven't seen that yet.
The tape hilarious. Oh, shit. I fought for my life, then I did it. After that, I passed out. Another officer smacked me awake.
The funny thing is that he almost fainted when I pulled out a knife. And it wasn't even a full knife. I don't know how this guy could think that he's a murderer, but I guess they're trying to just get somebody to be set as the murderer, I guess.
So the victim, Detective Goodman, attacked you. Do unto others before they do unto you. Who let him take the megaphone to the stand?
I don't know, it's really annoying.
That's the family motto, sir.
All I hear is... Hate it.
I see, and then you fainted and a colleague helped you regain consciousness. Yes, sir. He knocked me upside the head, sir. Very well. The defense may begin its cross-examination. Can we throw this whole case out? None of this makes any fucking sense.
Ha!
I'm gonna fire the whole police department.
What I need here is more info to work with. What am I just press on everything?
Yeah.
Mr. Meekins, you work in the General Affairs Department, do you not?
Yes, sir. I'm in charge of hiring new recruits, sir.
Yikes. Now there's a scary thought.
Evidence transfer was taking place on the day of the crime, which meant many officers were given special tasks not ordinarily performed. In charge of guarding the blue badges, sir. Wait, that literally contradicts your current... You have already managed to contradict your own testimony. How could you guard the blue badger and then get...
But why would you guard a freaking cardboard that moves its arms? What?
A blue badger? Yes, sir. Lovely police mascot created by Chief of Detectives, sir. We don't. Oh my God. I was to ensure that it wasn't broken during the transferal process. It's my sole day for the mission, sir.
Wait, the head of detectives who created? I thought it was.
Who is the current?
I thought it was Gumshoe who created it. Because he was like, oh yeah, I painted it or whatever. Because he had like a ton of paint in the evidence room. And he was like, yeah, this is like my office. You know, whatever. It's fine. Who cares? Nothing makes sense anymore. Nothing makes sense.
I see. That sounds like a very, important mission. After the award ceremony finished that day, there were so many people running around. Phoenix Wright located the blue badger to the evidence room. Ah, so that's why you went to the evidence room. Tell us, what did you see when you got there? A special room.
In order to enter the evidence room, you need an ID card, am I correct?
Precisely, sir. I have one right here around my neck, sir.
So then, your ID number should be listed on here, right?
There it is. I found it. The one right there. Could you please read the number aloud for the court, because we can't fucking see the paper from here? Yes, sir. It's 4989596. That's my number, sir.
I see. Huh. But the number 4989596 is shown as being used twice.
Please explain, witness. It's no real mystery, sir. The first time is when I relocated the Blue Badger to the evidence room. The second time is when I went to go get him after everything settled down. I see. So it was during that second time where you murdered a man. Yes, that's when I did the scary screen.
Okay. So you were attacked. Can you please tell us exactly what happened to you?
It was, sir, a knife! Detective Goodman pulled a knife on you? Well, okay. Please elaborate. Well, with me charging in on him like that, he looked as surprised as I was.
You aren't exactly the kind of person someone would want to run into.
Damn, Phoenix, damn! Like, don't get me wrong, you're right, but like, damn! That's what I reacted, sir! I swung my arms like an octopus struggling to detain him. That's how I got this gash on my hand. Maybe if you just kept your cool, your hand wouldn't be... Damn, Emma.
Damn!
When I saw the blood trickling down my arm, I panicked. I grabbed the man by his collar.
You did what? What do you mean when you say you did it?
The type, but I'm really into Kung Fu films, sir. The man let his guard down for an instant, so I snatched his knife from him.
You took his knife?
Spun him around, performing a disarming maneuver. I made sure to close my eyes like a man.
See. He must have been desperate.
Next thing I knew, his white coat was drenched in received blood. And then... the next thing I knew... Yes? He punched me right in my face, sir.
Oh, okay. About what time did you regain consciousness?
No offense, sir, but how am I supposed to know that? I was unconscious.
Oh, right.
According to the report from the officer that woke the witness, it was about 5:30, exactly 15 minutes after the murder. He hit me right in the head, too. I woke up crying tears of pain. That's nice. I mean, it's nice that you recovered, that is. What the fuck?
I mean, his face does look smashed in.
Damn. Nature to finish my mission, sir.
Your mission.
Yes, sir. Blue Badger, sir. I returned to the entrance before things got out of hand.
Well, we can all rest easy now.
I believe we are now we have a fairly accurate picture of what happened, or at least... No, actually I don't. None of this makes any fucking sense. Yes, Your Honor. Only one thing remains unclear. Was the man this officer murdered really the victim?
He's got a point.
Yes, Officer Meekins. With regard to that, sir, take a look at this. It was sent to my jail cell.
There's the video I was looking for.
Here, Chief Kid delivered it to me just this morning, sir. The Chief
Delivered it?
You're telling me the Chief of Police delivered the videotape of the evidence room security camera to the witness of the murder and also the culprit. We're closing down the police department. Yes, sir. That's absolutely right, sir. Videotape, sir. You can skip past that line. We've already established this in the in voice line. Objection! This is literally... We just discussed this yesterday. He can't submit that without telling me first. Like...
Isn't this against
that to me?
Isn't this against literally the evidence, the law, like the rules of evidence that we established yesterday with the chief?
Your Honor, as much as I really want this recording, because it would make great evidence, we legally cannot take it.
Yeah, Edgeworth just got in trouble for this yesterday. He's not even allowed to investigate anymore. The chief just allowed to just put that in? Okay.
That's quite the mistake, guys. Maybe, you know what? Just throw the whole legal system out. We don't need it. Phoenix, you want to become judge, jury, and executioner? Because fuck it, you're doing a better job.
I want to do that. Do I get paid more?
Told, sir. It's only a thing I'm good at, sir.
I need to pay the rent for my building. Do I get paid more if I get promoted? Looks like communication with the police department is as good as ever.
Well then, let's have a look. There was a video of you murdering the victim. Oh, please don't use that word murder, sir. It scares me.
A video of a real murder. Just what are we getting ourselves into? Oh, look at the mascot. Definitely want to see that again.
Okay, there's...
Supposedly the victim. Okay, that is the victim because there's no way that he could open a locker if it's not him. There's Meekins. And we look back.
Damn. No. Oh, of course.
Wait, was that Edgeworth's knife? That was a full freaking knife right there.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. But where did the guy go? That really did not show anything.
He got the whole courtroom stressed. I believe we're all thinking the same thing. What the fuck did we just see? Objection! What the hell was that wriggling piece of plywood? Sir, that's a pride and joy of the entire criminal affairs department, sir. It's a blue badger, sir.
How can anyone keep their composure in this?
Also, why was the camera constantly panning back and forth?
I don't
that doesn't make any.
know.
That's not how security cameras typically work, unless like somebody moves it manually.
Why am I not surprised this isn't going smoothly? But that literally did not prove anything.
Very well. Tape seems to prove that the witness did indeed encounter someone. We couldn't confirm whether or not that was actually, him. Your Honor, instead of relying on this clearly incomplete footage, the witness's testimony will suffice. Is that all right with you, Officer Meekins? Yes, as you wish, sir.
Okay.
His face can't be clearly seen on the video. But there's no question that that person was Detective Goodman, sir. I mean, he opened the locker, which requires Detective Goodman's fingerprint to do so.
I mean, you could also just copy other people's fingerprints, I'm sure, but we won't talk about that.
He opened his unquestionably Detective Goodman's locker, sir. So it must be him. No one else could have unlocked it. What's this about a fingerprint? I'm old, and technology doesn't come easily to me. Each detective is given a locker equipped with fingerprint-activated lock. AKA, they press their thumb down on the sensor, it detects a fingerprint, and it unlocks the locker. Pretty fucking simple. Intriguing. That would mean that would have had to been Goodman. Very well, the defense may begin its cross-examination.
I don't know where this cross-examination will lead. Oh, why am I here? Can I go home? But everything begins with contradictions. That's where I have to start. Okay. Well, let's just press on everything again. I'm great at this. Tell me, were you able to get a good look at him? At the face of the man who attacked you with a knife?
Sir, if you must label people as having seen or not seen the man's face, sir, I believe I would classify it as the latter.
So, the latter? But you were standing right in front of him, were you not?
More to the point, you are the person who fought with him. We saw it. Yes, but I didn't get a clear look at his face, sir, because he was facing the locker, then he pulled a knife, and my eyes fixated on the knife, and it was like a whole thing.
Yeah, that's a good trait for a police officer. Wait, what did you just say? Why am I saying this?
Well, I'm sure it was him. I bet my badge on it. You're gonna lose your badge.
How are you so sure? if you've, like, never seen Detective Goodman's face? How are you so sure?
Well, I suppose to say that. If you mostly what people have seen or not seen. Since this face cannot be identified on the video, only you can verify it. What? Looking at me like this? You're a witness in a murder.
You're a witness.
You are a culprit in a murder case. If I had to label you, oh my god, I'm not reading anymore.
Oh my god,
I'm done. I'm so done with this character. Let's just speed run this part of the case. I'm so tired of this character.
Okay.
Speed run Edgeworth too. No more words. We're just gonna get this done.
Okay. You claimed why you're positive. Okay, yeah. Okay, yeah. Okay, cool. About these lockers, is there only that way? What kind of methods he's tried? Has he tried to break into somebody else's locker? Okay, that's fine. Why do you keep repeating the same thing over and over again? Maybe you just stop repeating the same thing over and over again. Oh, he has something to say. The music stopped.
Okay. I'll actually voice this part. You say something, sir? Please do. You are being examined. See why the fan's face is so important to the case, sir. Oh.
What do you mean it's not important? What do you think we're trying to figure out?
The fingerprint lock. It was his hand that thrust his knife into my body, sir. My unsettled state can testify enough to this, sir. Yes, you have a point. The footage doesn't lie. That is, unless the defense can find a problem with it. Mr. Wright, let's check the court record again.
Is there a problem with the security video? I guess there is a problem. Yes. Regarding the video contained on this tape, there is one thing in particular that seems rather strange.
Strange?
This contradiction leads to the possibility that the man may have not been Detective Goodman.
What? Fucking explain yourself, right? Objection! Interesting, right? Very interesting. Your Honor, I have a proposal. Sure, Edgeworth, anything to get this to fucking progress. I propose we have the defense point out to us this alleged contract. Motherfucker, you did not need to pause to say this.
Edgeworth, was this necessary? He would want me to point it out, like everyone in this courtroom would want me to do. But he had to stop everything just to tell me that.
Proposal accepted. You could have said that faster. Anyway, right, point it out.
Okay. I don't know, play the security tape. Okay, cool. I have to point out a problem in the video? This is the first time I've ever had to do that.
You can do it, right? It's set up so you can fast forward, rewind, or pause the video. Just take a good look and be sure to point out the right thing. Don't play it too many times. I can't stop watching that video. Just look away. Just look, you're not being.
How did this guy ever become a police officer?
Oh, that's all right. Please enlighten us.
Okay.
Where's the contradiction?
I don't know. What is the contradiction? Okay, look. There's a nothing there. There's a handprint there, but that's paint.
Can you fast forward?
Yeah. He dropped something on the floor. Wait, rewind. Rewind. I want to watch just this specific part. Look, he drops something on the floor. And he just looks in there. Wow, that's so perfect. Like, of course, the only time he possibly somewhat looked towards the camera, then there's Meekins. Wait, go back. So he has a little baton thing. He doesn't look like any shape to actually fight anyone, to be honest.
Pause right there. Nah, I guess I was wrong.
But look, he has Edgeworth's knife, though. You know, I don't think that's a contradiction. That's just something interesting.
This man got ragdolled.
His shoulder has blood on it? Wait, no, wait. No, don't do that, no. Wait, go back. Go back again. Go back even more. Go back, keep going back.
Meekins, I swear to God, if you hadn't put that fucking thing in there, we would have solved this case immediately.
He didn't. Okay, he doesn't have blood now. Then after that lunge, he has blood on his shoulder. How did he get blood on his shoulder?
Meekins has got a fucking crazy grip. That shit, he just grabbed it and crushed it.
Cause like, how did that even happen? Unless he stabbed himself on accident. I don't understand how that happened. Okay,
yeah, I guess point out the glove? Actually, fast forward all the way to the end. I just want to see the whole thing again.
Did you see his face there?
No. Wait, the robot perfectly covers his face.
Yeah. Damn. Okay, then don't see anything over here.
And fast forward.
But the interesting thing is, where did he go?
Now pause right there.
Where did he go?
Where did all that blood come from?
Where? Oh, you mean like...
The blood on the ground.
Yeah, where did the blood on the ground come from? Did it come from Meekins? He doesn't look that bloody, though. And where did Goodman go? Wouldn't he have had to walk past the camera to get back out?
Well, if it's Gant probably gave just enough of the tape to show Meekins fighting him, but didn't show Gant leaving.
Mm-hmm. I don't know. What am I supposed to...
Yeah, I guess contradict on the glove.
What glove?
Do we have a glove in a court record? Check the court record.
We had this glove. The evidence glove.
Where did that get found? Or like when did that become relevant?
It was just on the tape of the crime scene.
Yeah. Go back to the the part where the glove falls out of the locker.
Time to go all the way back. I don't know where the heck that blood came from.
I'm wondering the same fucking thing.
Yeah, that's the glove. Fell down.
Yeah, so rewind until we can actually see the glove falling out.
glove.
And then select the glove.
Should I just point at the glove?
I think it hit E to present, or just click present on your screen.
The thing that's strange about this video is that seizure. Stroke. Mid-court stroke. The thing that's strange about this video has got to be this.
Yes, that is strange. Something certainly seems unnatural about that. What could it mean? Objection! Sorry to interrupt, Wright. But you seem to have forgotten the point of this exercise.
The point?
What you are looking for is the one thing and only one thing. Oh, damn. I guess it is the knife, then. Something that indicates the man may not be Detective Goodwin.
Okay, how am I supposed to figure that out? The knife? Oh, yeah.
I almost walked right into the defense's trap there. Place him under arrest, sir.
No, you're already under arrest. You can't do that. Rats. I need to slow down and tackle these things one piece at a time. One piece? Now, what do I do? Play video again. Very well, let's try this again. Okay, I don't care what you say, people. I don't care. Let me look at it again. Okay, yeah, okay, yeah. Okay, yeah, I know. I'll try my best.
Fast forward until the knife.
Fast forward. When did he steal Edward's knife? I don't know where to pause it at to show the knife.
You're gonna have to go back a little bit. More. Keep going.
There?
Oh yeah, there, yeah, that's good.
The thing that's strange about this video would have to be, this?
Hold on a second. I need to use my eye drops. But I don't get it.
How is that not it? Oh. Would you mind if I borrowed your eye medication?
Alright, let me pull up the tutorial before you lose the whole case.
Well, I haven't lost anything. Play video again.
Let's see.
Is it the fact that he's on the floor afterwards, Meekins, and he doesn't have the knife?
Okay. Go all the way to the beginning of the tape, where it first shows the locker. And then click on the locker.
This one?
Yeah. Or like the light above it, dude. That'll do.
Okay. The thing that's strange about this video... Oh, damn it. Now I have to do it again.
Yeah, you have to hit specifically the light above it.
Of course.
Sorry.
It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. I do it again. I'll do it, what, 500 times? I will do it no, wait. Yeah, this is fine. Because that means it's already open, right?
Yeah.
The thing that's strange about this video has got to be this! Officer Meekins.
Sir, do you mean me, sir?
As I understand it, the locker apparatus works like this. You know, the light turns on when a fingerprint is a match, and it opens. And it's cool.
According to my very limited experience, that's the way I understand, sir.
If so, then something is seriously wrong with this picture. Okay. Do I need to watch this whole thing again? So it doesn't have to be him. When the victim reaches for the handle to open the locker. Let's rewind a little earlier. Oh my god. Oh my god. This is the slowest recording. Couldn't they have done it a little faster? Oh my god. Here, notice the light.
What's this? It's already lit.
Precisely my point, Your Honor. The locker was already open before the victim grabbed the handle. Did he just make a chicken noise? What the heck?
Order, order. What is the meaning of this?
It's very simple, Your Honor. That means the victim did not need to use their fingerprints for the locker.
Objection. But the locker locks are controlled by an electronic system. When a door is shut, a sensor is triggered. And the locker is automatically locked.
Well, what if somebody hacked the system?
Oh, I know. It must have broken down. The judge getting in on it too. He's bored. Of course, I'm not an expert on this.
Yeah, you don't even know what a videotape is, so...
That's not likely, Your Honor. The sensor would detect and report any malfunction. Oh, well, that just goes to show a novice should keep their mouth shut. Well then, Mr. Wright, do you have an explanation as another novice?
Your Honor! Yeah, because you said my name? Me?
Why wasn't the locker locked?
Me, Your Honor? Yes, well, you see, this isn't exactly my field. What do you think, Miss Scientific Investigator?
Huh? Oh, maybe something like jam the system sensor?
Something jammed the sensor? Say, there's something else that seems out of place in this video. Please don't make me point out another thing. Please.
Let's skip ahead in this tutorial video. Yep, you're gonna have to point out something else.
I swear to God.
Yeah, so too. There's gotta be another clue somewhere in the footage. Very well, let's inspect the video once more. The lock wasn't locked. Oh shit, okay.
Oh, I need to point out the reason why it wasn't locked? How am I supposed to point out a reason for that? Don't tell me I need to point out... Now I need to point out the glove because it was in the way and that's why it wasn't locked. Okay.
Yes, now is the time.
Okay. Okay, I see how it is. No, go back. Go back. Look at... Take that! Please watch closely. This is the continuation of the part I showed you earlier. Oh, I just fast forward it quicker. Can't speak anymore. I like how the music stopped. Thank God.
What's this? Something white fell out of the locker. It's my experience that things fall out when doors are open. I often fall out and roll great distance when my car door is open. You roll?
What? Mr. Officer Meekins, what? Anyways, we don't need to talk about that right now. We can't be sure that the item was completely inside the locker to begin with.
What do you mean?
The sensor triggers the lock when the door is shut. What if something was inserted, say, between the sensor and the door?
Inserted?
Oh my God, do I need to point out everything? That means, Judge, listen, that means something was in between the door and the lock.
Jingle, jingle. Before there was the bathroom, jingle, jingle, jingle.
The white thing wasn't inside the locker. It was stuck between the door and the sensor, like I just said.
Oh, sir, it's just like my tie. 2 out of 3 times it gets stuck in the door when I get out of my patrol vehicle, sir.
Because maybe you shouldn't be driving.
But the object would have to be extremely thin to fit in the door. It's a glove. Of course, it's
a glove.
Not only that, it also has to block electrical current.
It's a rubber glove, you guys. It's a rubber glove.
Drippy's in your chat. Drippy?
Drippy? Hi! Where did you come from?
Oh my God.
I don't think I've ever seen you in chat before.
It would need to be an insulator.
I'm doing good, Drippy. How have you been? It's been like half a year.
525,600 days. No human has lived that long ever. Yes, an insulator, like but at the crime scene. Bleh.
There's just might have been something that fits the description, you know, a rubber glove, you know? Wow, well, hi Drippy, I'm glad you're here. I'm only in the middle of court. Trying to defend. I don't even know what anymore. I don't know what I'm defending. I think I just want to figure out this murder by this point.
That I don't even think Lana Sky is responsible for anything. I think they were just happened to be there. But sir, by insulator, you don't mean.
I think I finally got this figured out.
Very well. Will the defense please present the relevant evidence? What was this insulator that was stuck inside the locker?
Oh my God, maybe the glove that fell out? Maybe the glove that you seen fall out? Maybe that. See that? I found this near the locker, a thin rubber glove. So sad. Don't want to be an adult. That's so real.
So real. But we can't be sure that that was in the victim's locker.
You just seen it fall out of the locker. What else would it have been? It has a tag that says SL9 incident. And you literally seen it on the video that it fell out of the locker. The video seems to depict the victim opening the locker and this item falling out. Is that not so, Officer Meekins? As anyone could have freaking opened this locker because it was already open? Because the sensor was blocked by the stupid glove?
It would appear so, sir. But God!
Why are you a chicken now, Meekins? Baka!
Order. I will have order in my court.
Okay. Jeez.
So we are to believe, then, that the victim, in quotation marks, whom this witness stabbed in the evidence room was not Detective Goodman, but she also have no confirmation that he stabbed him because that was the worst camera placement I've ever seen. Do not be misled, Your Honor.
What do you mean, Edgeworth?
What do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth?
What do you mean?
The defense has merely demonstrated the possibility and nothing more.
Possibility? You've seen it fall out of the locker. What more is there to this?
The victim in the video was indeed Bruce Goodman. The prosecution will offer one more testimony to prove this.
What? Literally anyone
Edgeworth,
could wear.
What are we trying to accomplish here?
Edgeworth, you could wear my clothes, and does that make you me? No. What is this accomplishing?
Officer Meekins, please testify about this.
Bro, why are we testifying again? What are we getting out of this?
Sir, me, sir.
I mean, who else is there, Meekins? Who else?
I'm not sure what you're referring to, sir.
Oh my god.
Oh, you mean that, sir? Of course, sir.
Is this a joke?
Very well, begin your testimony.
Oh my god, Mystery Man 2? Really? We need to talk about him more?
There's one thing that proves I was Detective Goodman, sir. To enter the evidence room, one must have an ID card, sir.
Yeah, but what about Gumshoe who's lost his card 3 whole times? What about that? What about that possibility?
When an ID card is used, there's a record of it, sir. At the time of the crime, the detective had used his card, sir.
Anyone could take a card.
An ID card record, I see. Well, this is very decisive. Almost like that time I trusted a parrot. I have the ID card record right here, Your Honor. The ID used at 4:15 is that of the victim, Bruce Goodman. Good.
I guess
Bruce.
he has dyslexia for numbers. It's okay.
What would I say?
You said 4:15 when I said 5:14.
Just before the crime. Yes, without a doubt, this is the victim's ID. Is he perhaps good Bruceman? However, one thing does strike me as unusual. Several hundred cases should have been due for transferal. I can't speak. Why were there so few people using this room? This particular evidence room is only used for storing certain special cases. Cases that are unresolved. Like when I shot my father in an elevator, or so I thought.
Well, they're not. They are resolved. This is specifically the room for resolved special cases?
Extremely violent cases, like when I shot my father in an elevator.
Yeah, but that one was assault, Edgeworth. That would have been in that room. That was in the other room. Remember that? How I got shocked to freaking help you get innocent 2 times? Did you forget about that? You know,
just hearing that makes my hand stare.
Hair.
Just move on.
Me too, although it doesn't make much of a difference.
There were only a few cases for transferal there, and most were cleared up by noon. Right, I see. Now let us move on with the cross-examination.
Just press him on everything? Like, what else am I supposed to do?
Yeah, pretty much.
So, unlike your earlier testimony, you believe this to be rock solid, do you? Is this necessary? Do we really need to go through this?
Oh, okay. Yeah,
no, I don't really care. Enter the evidence room. Yeah, we know that. There's a card hanging from your... Yeah, we already know that that's his ID card. Okay. Okay, cool. Cool. Yeah, there's a record of it. We already know that there's a record. What's the matter?
According to this, Mr. Edgeworth, your name is on here. So it is, Your Honor. Not that prosecutor again.
Maybe he's behind all this. The prosecutor. Mommy, is that man in blue the murderer? Shh, don't stare at him. You've got the wrong color, kid.
It would seem that you're being accused for murder again, Miles. 3 times. Let's keep the trend going. I have nothing to be ashamed of regarding my actions or their consequences.
Oh my god. Bro.
But now let us continue with this cross-examination. Poor Mr. Edgeworth. It must be so difficult for him, constantly being accused of murder.
Earlier, I believe you testified that when you asked the man to show his ID card, he pulled a knife on you.
Yes, sir. He didn't show me the ID card, sir.
Don't you think that's odd? I mean, if he had his ID card, all he had to do was show it to you. There wouldn't be any reason to draw a knife. I mean, yeah. That's like if the police went up to your car and was like, yeah, you're pulled over for driving too fast, and you just pull a knife on them. Like, what? You need to show them. What? Why?
I'm just gonna say this. Not
What?
knives, typically. But that does happen.
Bruh.
Quite a bit.
Bruh.
Anyway. Maybe he just panicked.
Everything stems from contradictions. Let's point them out.
Right.
What
do you think?
I'm confused. The problem with this ID card testimony is far too obvious. It's not like Edgeworth to miss something like this.
You're thinking too hard about it. Okay.
Okay.
Oh, wait, hold on. On the line, at the time of the crime, the detective had used his card. Present, hold on. Goodman's lost item report.
Oh. Oh.
Present it.
Sorry, I was reading it. Wait one moment, Officer Meekins.
Good waiting, sir.
I had the victim's ID card right here. I found it at the crime scene.
Oh, that makes sense.
When I say crime scene, I'm not referring to the evidence room at the police department. I mean the other crime scene. The underground parking lot at the prosecutor's office. Your Honor, I have one more piece of evidence to present.
Oh, shit.
It's a very important clue regarding the victim's ID card.
A lost item report? It's only half complete.
But it shows that Detective Goodman had lost something on the day of the crime. Something important enough to fill out this report.
Let me guess. You believe this something to be his ID card, correct?
I can't say for sure, but there is a high probability. On the day of the crime, Detective Goodman was not carrying his card.
Order, order. So now, what does this all mean?
It can only mean one thing. It doesn't even require much thought. The man Officer Meekins encountered in the evidence room was not Detective Goodman, but rather the man who stole his ID card.
Order. What does the prosecution have a response? I have only one thing to say to the defense.
Who is it?
Will you marry me?
oh, sure, but can we talk about this after court?
Bravo, Mr. Wright.
Bravo?
Allow me to summarize the defense's argument. At 5:15 p.m. on the day of the crime, the man in the evidence room Officer Meekins encountered was not Detective Goodman. Why didn't you just start today with this? There are two grounds to support this. First, the locker in the evidence room was already unlocked, as established. Second was the victim lost his ID card, just now established. Am I correct so far, Mr. Wright?
Isn't that literally what I just said? Or what is he up to? I have a bad feeling about this.
That being the case, we must inevitably arrive at a single conclusion. If the victim in the video is a fake, then the murder in the evidence room is also a fake. In other words, the security camera does not show the instant of the murder.
That is... Well, I guess that's right.
Is something wrong, right? Only moments ago, you seemed content in pointing your finger around.
This isn't going to end well.
Well. It seems you finally realize what the fuck I've been getting at for the past minute. Just get past it.
I don't...
Mr. Edgeworth, I'm old and confused. Please explain. The defense has already done the explaining for me. The victim in this video is a fake, which means the murder did not take place here.
Oh my god, Edward, don't be like, well, that means that the defendants can still be the murderer because we don't know who the murderer is. I swear to God. I swear. Oh my god.
At the police department at 5:15 on the day of the crime. So the real crime could only have taken place at one location, the underground parking lot. At the prosecutor's office, the murderer being Miss Alana Skye, the defendant. The evidence is compelling.
There is no evidence still.
A trustworthy witness. Observe the moment of the defendant using used the murder weapon.
What witness? Are we talking about the girl yesterday? Because she literally lied about her whole testimony, and we had to make her redo the whole testimony too many times because she kept lying. I don't even understand. I knew that testimony was way too shabby. It was all a trap from the beginning.
The activity in the evidence room still leaves many questions unanswered. But I suppose that's a crime to be investigated on some other account. Who exactly was the victim Meekins encountered? And where did this person disappear to? However, this trial's purpose was to examine the murder of Detective Goodman, and since he was not murdered in that room, we can now discard all this information. Just so, Your Honor. Mr. Wright, you have to do something, or else Lana.
Are they forgetting one crucial piece of evidence that the chief of the police or whatever, like, gave us yesterday, because I thought that directly related both of the places together, because why the heck is SL9 knife in the car, in Edgeworth's car? You know, this is fine. What do I do? How am I supposed to get myself out of this mess? Object!
Oh, yeah, shit.
I don't care. One moment, Your Honor.
And what now, Wright? Don't tell me you're objecting to what you've just proven.
Of course not. But I almost walked right into the prosecution's trap.
What are you talking about?
This cross-examination has proven one thing and one thing only. The security video did not show the actual murder. Do we really need to watch through this again? Like, is this a joke? Yeah, we get it. We've watched this like 5 million times. I know, it's not the actual murder. Okay, really? Come on. However, it cannot be said that it is unrelated to the murder in the parking lot. Specifically, large amounts of blood traces were found in the evidence room. The defense demands further examination into the truth of the matter.
Mr. Edgeworth? Yes, Your Honor. If this court were to examine this further, other witnesses will be necessary. Is the prosecution prepared? I'm sorry, Your Honor.
Okay, I need to be back.
Oh, you're taking a break? I'll take that as a yes. So anyway, chat. Spaghetti.
I am back. Did you already read this line?
Yeah, I actually have to go.
Oh, you have to go? Okay.
I do. Sorry.
That's
Good
fine.
luck with the rest of the stream. Have fun.
Okay. Bye.
Bye.
The prosecution considered the incident at the police department to be unrelated. We have not prepared any other witnesses for this incident. This just might be my chance. Time to call a certain Texas Ranger to the stand. Mr. Wright, do you mean... Your Honor, the defense would like to request a specific witness. Oh? Whom do you have in mind? Someone we have a reason to believe knows the truth. The truth behind the activities that took place in the evidence room. The prosecution requests to hear this person's name before deciding whether or not to comply. Very well then, Mr. Wright. This person whom you would have to testify, what is his or her name? Officer Jake Marshall. Why him? I can't let Edgeworth know everything just yet. He's in charge of the evidence room. I feel we should hear what he has to say. The prosecution agrees to the defense's request. Since he was responsible for guarding the room, we should hear his testimony. Unfortunately, he works in the police department. We shouldn't need longer than 20 minutes to prepare. Very well. The court will take 30-minute recess while the witness is subpoenaed. Will the prosecution please prepare the witness during this time? We will, Your Honor. Court is now in recess. Okay. February 24th, 11:32 a.m. District Court Defendant Lobby Number 2. There's no stopping you, is there, Mr. Wright? Huh? What do you mean? You called for Jake Marshall. It seems you figured everything out. I haven't figured out anything. Lana, you're the one who knows everything. Emma, you always know everything. Why don't you just tell us? Mr. Wright is trying his hardest to protect you. I don't recall ever asking for his protection. How can you be so cold? Don't you trust us? Don't you trust me? Hope I'm not interrupting anything, pals. Oh, guess I am. I'll come back later. He looks so sad. Wait, Detective Gumshoe, what is it? You've got a lot of nerve, pal, making a detective run all around while on duty. And on top it off, you call me here. I've seen happier people at funerals. Sorry, Detective. You better be, pal. Hey! I didn't see you there, Prosecutor Sky. What the heck was that, Gumshoe? What the heck? That's okay. So have you brought what I asked? Oh. You mean this, right? My apologies, Detective. Due to my present circumstances, I was forced to use Mr. Wright's name when making my request. My name? You forged my name? Never in a million years would I have thought it was you who asked me. Could I bother you to bring me the SL9 incident files? I'll need them by noon. Talk about crazy. The SL9 incident? But Lana, that's... I thought Mr. Wright might need them, so I had them brought here. Here, you might do well to read them. I can't believe you, the chief prosecutor, were a witness in that case. Miss Sky was a witness? Take it from me, you don't want anything to do with that serial killer. The serial murders. Okay, I don't know. Oh, what? Now that I brought you your stuff, you're gonna ignore me? Emma? But why? Why is your name in here? What? My name's in there? I don't know unless... No, it couldn't be. Lana, this SL9 incident, is that... That's the classification number the police filed it under. 2 years ago, the rest of the world knew it as the Joe Dark killings. The Joe Dark? No, Lana. That's over with, no! Emma, wait! She ran away. Oh, you know what? I just remembered. I gotta be somewhere. Sorry, pal. I'm out of here. Jake Marshall, Angel Starr, Damian Gant, Miles Edgeworth. Not to mention Lana and Emma. Everyone involved in this case is connected to those killings 2 years ago. This can't be just a coincidence. Knowing you might just be able to figure it out. Time to get back to the trial, Mr. Wright. Best of luck. I better take a good look at this file. To be continued. Well, I'm continuing it tonight. Yeah, save my progress. Yes. Save my progress. February 24th, 12:14 p.m. District Court, courtroom number 9. The court will now reconvene for the trial of Miss Lana Skye. Emma didn't come back. Allow me to call the next witness to the stand. The officer in charge of guarding the evidence room on the day of the crime. Should you be drinking on the stand? Witness, please state your name and occupation. Me, partner? Oh, I'm just a man, same as you, wandering the trails of civilization. Occasionally helping the elderly cross intersections when needed. Yes, we get it. Oh, I know, you're a patrolman. As for my name, if you listen hard enough, you could hear the howling wind calling it out. To be exact, it's Jake Marshall, Your Honor. Howling wind? I've never heard Edgeworth described that way before. Now, Mr. Marshall, let me ask you something. You were in charge of guarding the evidence room on the day the crime took place. Is that correct? According to the papers, partner. What do you mean? Desperado's soul is as boundless as the desert sand. No paper can sum it up. Maybe it's best we get on with this quickly. Please share with us your testimony of the day of the crime. In plain old English. My job was to keep a wary eye on that bone orchard. They said I was supposed to make rounds 3 times a day, but that ain't my style. Besides, the room's protected by 2 security systems anyway. If I remember right, I was at the street-side saloon at the time it went down. I'm just an innocent traveling man, so if you're out of ammo, it's time to hit the trial. I can't say I particularly care for your attitude. I can't say I care for your beard, but you don't see me complaining. Wait a minute. What do you mean by 2 security systems. I mean, the security cameras and the ID card reader. I reckon even a cowpoke like you knows about those. Yes, well, what about the fingerprint-activated locks on the evidence lockers? Fingerprint-activated locks? What kind of newfangled who-dickies are those? Oh, who-dickies are those? He's not being very helpful. He's not that good with machines, or with following orders. Everyone's got their weaknesses now, don't they, Mr. Prosecutor? This one seems like trouble. Okay, Mr. Wright, he's all yours. Thanks. I think I know exactly. How about this? Objection! Officer Marshall, doesn't it strike you as odd? That is, you being called in to testify like this? After all, you weren't in the security room at the time of the crime. And yet you dragged me down here. Explain yourself, partner. It's quite simple. You left a very large trail behind at the scene. Or to be exact, a handprint. Humph. Listen real good, partner. Like I said, I'm the caretaker of that crypt. I pay my respects, that is, make my rounds, about once a month. It's only natural my fingerprints would be in there. Objection! I only wish it were, officer. But you see, your fingerprints were covered in blood. Witness, what's the meaning of this? Your blood-stained fingerprints were at the crime scene? The blood was wiped away, however. The luminal test clearly revealed this. Well, Officer Marshall? It seems to me there ain't a person in this room with a head on his shoulders. I take it that you have an explanation then, Officer Marshall. About the blood-stained fingerprints. Very well, you may begin your testimony about your fingerprints. Found at the scene of the crime. Like I said, it's only natural for my fingerprints to be in that evidence room. One of them just happened to be at the same place as the bloodstained handprint. The murderer touched the locker where my fingerprint was by chance. The bloodstain and the fingerprint are completely unrelated. Or didn't you know the murderer was wearing gloves? See, I had nothing to do with it. The witness's explanation appears valid. Although there's room for doubt. Life won't be fun without any doubt, partner. The defense may now cross-examine the witness. This guy's hiding something, I can feel it. Now's my chance to prove it. Okay, I'm just gonna press him. Because I'm not exactly sure what That's because you... How did you put it? Pay your respects once a month? Yeah, that's right. That and one more thing. That locker happened to be mine. What? What do you mean? I mean what I said. That locker I used when I was a detective. The locker I still use. All that's in there now is a heap of broken dreams. I see. It'd be strange if my prints weren't all over that locker. Apparently, his fingerprint data was never removed from that locker's programming. He must have been using the fingerprint lock all this time without ever knowing it. One them, okay, yeah. So then, what about the bloody handprint? Wasn't mine. It's no mystery. Please explain. My locker is covered with my fingerprints. It just so happened the chances of that happening are 1,000,000 to 1. On the contrary, one could argue just the opposite. Chances of that not happening are 1,000,000 to 1. Get one thing straight, partner. You ain't gonna get no reward from me with a mere fingerprint. You wanna know why? Unrelated? They're different as 9 days. Kinda like cereal and cereal. One's gotta do with breakfast while the other is a type of murder. He's right. Although seemingly alike, they're totally different. I don't see what harmonyms have to do with this. How do you know that? I may be a loner, but I still do my job. I keep up on the reports. There was a bloodstain at the scene, thought to be left by the murderer. That's right. It was found on Detective Gumshoe's locker. However, no fingerprints were detected on that handprint. Oh yeah, I think we've tried that too. So that would mean the murderer wearing gloves happened to place their hand on top of Officer Marshall's fingerprint? That's the only logical conclusion. Are you starting to get the picture, partner? The picture? The seal of blood. And the desert's just food for the buzzards. There's only one reality, and that's this. The security tape. So long as my trial isn't in there, you can't say otherwise. This isn't getting us anywhere, Mr. Wright. Please consider carefully where you're going with this cross-examination. Yes, Your Honor. Now then, continue your testimony, Officer Marshall. What do you mean by that? Want to tie me to this crime, isn't that right, partner? If so, that video is the only direct evidence you have. Objection. But that video is next to useless. It's full of blind spots. Blind spots? Places you can't see. The camera is panning back and forth. The floor isn't shown. If someone was familiar with the camera's position, they could leave the room without being caught on tape. Objection. We don't have time for your speculations, Mr. Wright. Well, Mr. Wright, if you can show us evidence in this video that indicates Officer Marshall was present, please do so now. Very well. Allow me to point out your mistake, Officer Marshall. Tread carefully, Mr. Wright, or you might wind up being the one making the mistake. Now then, let's have another look at the video. Show us this incriminating evidence of the witness, Officer Jake Marshall. I don't know, what am I supposed to... There! How's that for evidence? Please allow me to apologize for my colleague, Your Honor. He gets carried away sometimes. Yes, well, this certainly isn't a first. Will you forgive him too, Officer Marshall? He's not a bad man, just a bit disillusioned. Of course, I'm not going to gun down unarmed boys. Oh great, now Edgeworth is defending me. Guess that means I missed the mark. Very well, let's get back to the cross-examination. Okay, what am I supposed to do here? What am I supposed to do? Okay. Let's try that again. Okay, we already went through that. I didn't even notice that. Bringing our attention back to the security camera is a mistake I'm afraid you'll soon not forget, Officer Marshall. The days are short in Texas, and so are our tempers. Could you sum up what you have to say in 8 words or less? Very well. You can clearly be seen in this video. Exactly 8 words, not bad, partner. The key lies in a certain locker shown in the video. That locker with the white cloth sticking out. That was the witnesses, I believe. Now then, let's rewind the video a bit. Oh my god, let's take 5 years to rewind the video, you guys. 5 years. Oh my god, can we rewind it just a little faster? Oh, the white cloth, it's gone. What's the meaning of this, Officer Marshall? When the crime took place, the white cloth wasn't there. Then it suddenly appeared. There's only one explanation. Officer Marshall, you were in the evidence room at the time of the crime. What's more, you opened your locker when the camera was turned away. Order, order. It would seem that... Hold your horses. Sorry, partner, but you got the wrong man. So what if my locker was open? That doesn't mean I'm the one who opened it. The murderer needed to hide something, so he opened a locker and stuck it in. It's not my fault he happened to choose mine. Why is everyone staring at me like I'm a wanted man? This guy isn't just playing dumb. He really doesn't know. I hate to rain on your parade, but you're the only person who can open that particular locker. Oh yeah? I call your bluff. You say I opened the locker? Now prove it. It's either the locker or... a fingerprint sensor. We talked about this earlier today. The lockers can only be opened by the detectives they belong to. What kind of crazy talk is this? Well, Detective Gumshoe did mention something about this. Sheriff, what do you have to say in 8 words or less? I only got 1 word for you, partner. No! Order. Witness, explain yourself. This is a joke, and not the worst I've ever heard. I assure you, this is no joke, Officer Marshall. Now then, please tell us what you were doing in the evidence room at the time of the crime. Oh, please answer the question. What is he now, a bullfighter? That's all right, Miss Officer Marshall. I believe we could figure the rest out from here. We can? Have a look at these floor plans. There's no place for someone to hide in the evidence room. Yeah, Officer Meekins didn't see the Officer Marshall. If that's so, then where was the witness? It seems Mr. Wright has an answer. That's right, the only possible conclusion. Well then, let's hear it. Where was Officer Meekins at the time of the crime? Wouldn't he be here? Yeah, I guess so, Joey. Wouldn't he be here at the time of the crime? Or here? I don't know, where am I supposed to point? Officer Marshall was standing right here. There, but that's where the victim, Detective Goodman, was. Correct. Unless the man wasn't Detective Goodman. I believe the victim in the video is Officer Marshall. It was you dressed up like Detective Goodman. Objection! That's preposterous! Officer Meekins witnessed the detective at the crime scene. Once he saw the man's face, he'd know for sure. Objection! May I point out, though, that Officer Meekins did not know Detective Goodman? He also testified about the man's reaction when confronted. Something about the officer's story puzzled me. If the man had his ID card, why didn't he just show it? Yes, he would have needed it to enter the evidence room, so he must have been carrying it. The answer is simple. He couldn't show it. As you can see, Detective Goodman's picture is on his ID card. Oh, I get it. If he showed that, his cover would have been blown. Officer Meekins would have realized the man wasn't Detective Goodman. Do you have anything to say to this, Officer Marshall? You've got quite an imagination, partner. We've got a term for that. It's called circumstantial evidence. Circumstantial evidence? He's still denying it. We're gonna have to do better than that to break a detective. Unless you have hard evidence proving I dressed up as the victim. I can't say I particularly care for your uncooperative disposition. I can't say I care for your beard, but you don't see me complaining. Well, Mr. Wright, do you have any evidence proving beyond a shadow of a doubt that Officer Marshall dressed up as the victim? Well, who am I kidding? I don't have anything like that. I can see the fear in your eyes, partner. Seems you're the one who couldn't take the desert heat. Ack! This can't be happening. It's so obvious he's the one. What can I do? It looks like your lack of experience has finally been exposed. I'll pass on to you what someone told me when I was just starting out. When you've run into a wall with no place to go, return to the basics. The basics? For me, that'd be what Mia used to tell me. Phoenix, try thinking outside of the box. I shouldn't look for proof that Officer Marshall was in disguise. But rather, I should look for evidence that came about because he was in disguise. Why do you think this locker was opened in the first place? What do you mean? There's no reason for Officer Marshall to open his locker at the time of the crime. Yet he did, despite the chance that he might be discovered later as it had been. Which means he didn't originally plan to open his locker. According to the defense's argument, this ain't the bedroom. Joey. Officer Jake Marshall dressed up as Detective Goodman at the time of the crime. Then, after the crime was committed, he opened his own locker for some unknown reason. The fact that a white cloth is sticking out of the locker seems to indicate that he opened it in order to put the cloth inside. So, what exactly is this piece of cloth? Perhaps the video is the key to all of our unanswered questions. I don't have any evidence, so this video is my only shot. Very well, let's take yet another look at the security tape. Okay, Joey, good night. After committing the crime, the witness opened the locker to put away the white cloth. Please show us why the witness opened the locker. I don't know, why did the witness open the locker? Is it because he had blood on his... No way. It's because he had blood on his shoulder? Could it really be that? Could it be that? I don't really want to... Okay, I am right. I am right. Okay, that's what I thought. For some reason, you disguised yourself as Detective Goodman and entered the evidence room, though I don't know to what end yet. Yet? However, something unexpected happened. Officer Meekins barged in on you. When asked to show your ID card, you pulled a knife on him. However, Officer Meekins panicked, and the white coat you were wearing was soiled with blood. A bloody white coat. You couldn't just walk out like that, so you hid the coat in your locker. Not bad, partner. Now then, Officer Marshall. Are you ready to tell us the truth? Looks like I underestimated y'all. I hope you're happy now, Mr. Edgeworth. 2 years ago. If you were only half as persistent then as you are today, y'all wouldn't have to be here now, would we? Officer Marshall, tell the court what you did. All of it. Seems the time has come. Okay. I had to do it that day. Couldn't just stand by and let it die. I stole the detective's ID and dressed like him, and I planned to take out the evidence. I wasn't expecting Officer Meekins. I knocked him out. I managed to escape. I knew which areas wouldn't be caught on the camera. There wasn't any murder in the evidence room at 5:15. So the supposed victim was really you. But there's one thing I still don't understand. Traces of a large quantity of blood were found on the floor of the evidence room. If no one was murdered, then how could that be? Officer Meekins managed to cut his own hand. My guess he's the donor. It was way too much blood for such a small donation. When you say it, you mean... Do you even have to ask, partner? The SL9 incident. 2 years have passed since that case was closed. It was going to completely end with the transferal that day. Not if I had anything to do with it. That incident's not over. But what did you hope to accomplish by sneaking into the evidence room? When a case is closed, only that case lead detective can look through the evidence. I wanted to have a look at it myself one more time. No matter what the cost. I don't care what anyone says, partner. That case is mine. But Officer Marshall wasn't in charge of that investigation. Why does he care so much about it? That day was my last chance. That's why Why did you disguise yourself as Detective Goodman? If I didn't make it look like Goodman was carrying out the evidence transferal, I'd be arrested for stealing evidence, which wouldn't get me anywhere. So you did it to fool the security camera. And the detective's ID card. I stole that the morning of the incident. So that really was why Goodman started filling out that lost item report. I returned his ID card. I left it on the floor in the prosecutor's office parking lot. The ID card I found left there by Officer Marshall. So, essentially, you managed to succeed despite your lack of foresight. What do you mean, partner? I mean, the fingerprint-activated lock, of course. No matter how well you disguise yourself, you can't change your fingerprints. You can't change your fingerprints. Under normal circumstances, you wouldn't have been able to open that locker yourself. But he could because of a rubber glove just happened to get stuck in the door. That means Detective Goodman must have opened the locker before Officer Marshall. I wasn't expecting... Okay, yeah. You pulled a knife on Officer Meekins and tried to drive him off? Let's just say I was a little surprised. I only planned on being in the evidence room for no more than 5 minutes. I didn't think anyone would actually come in during that short time. Officer Meekins certainly is 1 in a million type of person. Mistaking a detective for an intruder and demanding to be shown his ID. I'll have to think a little more about his raise this year. When did Edgeworth get so much influence? Anyway, he threw himself at me, and I ended up cutting him slightly. I'm sorry it had to turn out that way. Me knocking him out and everything. By the way, what happened to your knife? Oh, you mean this one? I don't know what to say. So you knocked Officer Meekins out and... So you did your research beforehand. Those who got into the desert unprepared don't live long, partner. I didn't think I would make a difference, though. The security tape is erased every 6 hours. If I had gone as planned, no footage would have been left. However, you bloodied your coat in your struggle with Officer Meekins. If someone was in the security room when I came out, the jig would have been up. I opened my locker and stashed it in there. What was Officer Meekins doing during that time? What else? He was sleeping like a baby. So what you're saying is, on that day... But the blood found at the scene certainly indicates a crime took place. What are you, blind? The victim shown on the tape is me. And I'm not dead yet, partner. So, you stole the evidence from the locker. Actually, no, I didn't. Why not? When I opened the locker, the evidence was already gone. What? Mr. Edgeworth, where is that evidence? It's still missing, Your Honor. Detective Goodman's locker was already empty. Someone else stole the evidence. Officer Marshall, may I ask you one thing? Fire away, partner. It's free country. Just remember, I'm also free to decide whether or not to answer. Why did you do this? Stealing a detective's ID, injuring a police officer. This is no small offense. Moreover, you're an officer yourself. This will have serious consequences. It can't just be forgiven with a simple cut in salary. Not that salary cuts are ever a valid solution. Like I said, this ain't your case. This one is mine. And I'll do anything it takes to get an answer I'm satisfied with. The witness has an unusual amount of zeal. Let's hear more. But that case was solved 2 years ago, wasn't it? That's the reason the evidence was stored in the evidence room. Joe Dark was convicted for his crimes. One thing I could say for sure is he deserved his sentence. I remember the Joe Dark case. It involved serial murders, didn't it? I don't intend to complain about who it turned out. But there's something that still bothers me. Something went down at the trial. Something no one will talk about. What happened? I don't know. That's what I'm trying to find out. Why is he so concerned with that incident? Maybe I should present him with what I think is his real reason is. I had a feeling we'd wind up here sooner or later. Everyone involved here is related in some way to that case. Better take another look at the files. No, wait, no, I didn't mean to do that. No! I didn't mean to do that. I'm trying to look at the court record. Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay, let's get to the last one. And let's not accidentally click. Perpetrator, crime, sentence, death. Okay? Victims, Edward Jones, Jason Knight, Neil Marshall. Okay, I think I know why. Objection! Officer Marshall, I think I understand. I think I know why you care so much about the SL9 incident. Sounds like you've been sipping too much cactus juice, partner. I have the SL9 incident file here. The name, Marshall, is mentioned in here. And a list of murder victims. Neil Marshall. Are you related to this man? Neil Marshall. Yeah, I'm sure you've heard the name. 2 years ago. Here, see the same lousy prosecutor award you got. What? A prosecutor? He must be talking about the King of Prosecutors award. Now I remember Prosecutor Neil Marshall. He handled the SL9 case before I did. That's right. He was killed. And that case fell into your hands. But what's his relation to you? He was my brother. He was investigating the murders with Damien Gant, the then Deputy Chief of Police. The group of detectives I was part of worked under them. We were desperate to prosecute the killer. Joe Dark. My brother fought Dark and was killed. That was the first time Dark left behind any evidence. That was all we needed. He was arraigned and incarcerated. The case was finally closed. At least according to the public records. What do you mean? My brother couldn't have been killed by Joe Dark. I knew my brother better than anyone. No one could have beaten him in a fight. And that's it? That's your reason for your insane actions? There's more to my brother's death than what the records say. No matter how much you try to hide it, you can't fool me. Well, at least one thing's for certain. Now we know what happened at the police department on the day of the crime. That was the last day the SL9 case could be reopened. Not satisfied with its resolution, Officer Marshall planned to steal the evidence. Disguising himself as Detective Goodman, he entered the evidence room. Officer Meekins confronted him, so he rendered him unconscious and fled. Yes, this mystery has finally been cleared up. No murder took place at the police department that day. The things that happen by chance never cease to amaze. At exactly the same time as the murder at the prosecutor's office, this fake murder was going on at the police department. Chance. It's got to be more than just that. So, if no one was murdered at the police department on the day of the crime, that means the murder in the prosecutor's office parking lot was the real one. Which, in turn, means only one person could have committed the crime. Chief Prosecutor Lana Skye. Objection! But wait! A verdict wasn't reached in yesterday's trial. Objection! Which is why we examined the incident at the police department today. But there's only one reason the defendant was not convicted yesterday. There yet remained the mystery of a simultaneous murder at the police department. Seems to me this boy's got the draw on you, partner. All of the mysteries at the police department have been resolved, no doubt about it. Our sole murderer took place at the prosecutor's office. The only suspect is Lana Skye, and the testimony of one Miss Starr is completely uncontestable. If you have a response, make it a single word or less. Arrgh. I rest my case. It seems this trial has reached its conclusion. There's no room for doubt. Well done, Mr. Wright. Thanks to you, I didn't need to waste my time disproving the alleged murder at the police department. There's no doubt what I proved today is true. The apparent murder on the security camera's tape really was fake. But I didn't realize that would end up proving Lana guilty. Now then, the time for the verdict has arrived. This court finds the defendant Hold it! Your Honor, wait! Emma! The defense has an objection, a scientific objection. Right? What do you mean, right? Mr. Wright, are you this girl's guardian? Your Honor, in a sense. Please, Your Honor, I'm asking is for a minute of your time. Please hear me out. Mr. Edgeworth, please. I don't want to leave any loose ends. You want a minute? I'll give you 3. I was kind of in shock. I mean, finding out the SL9 incident referred to the Joe Dark killings. Now that she mentions it, the names of both Skye sisters were in the file. But that's when I figured it out. I mean, what Officer Marshall was trying to do that day. So I knew his fingerprint had nothing to do with the crime. That left only one thing. The other handprint. You mean the traces of blood found on Detective Gumshoe's locker? But no fingerprints were found on it, right? No, but I figured if I examined it scientifically, I'd be sure to find a clue. So, I ran over there and looked at it again. So, did you find something? No. Huh? Sorry, I guess I'm not much of a scientific investigator after all. Is that all? Please don't be mad. I'm just a high school student. And I'm just an attorney. But Mr. Wright, those traces of blood are the only clue we have. If we can't find something wrong with them... Please, Mr. Wright, you're a professional. If anyone can save Lana, it's you. Me? Oh boy. Time's up. Now then, Mr. Wright. With regard to the incident at the police department, does any reasonable doubt remain? It appears the defense is troubled by the other blood marks. Looking at the floor plans, a handprint was discovered around here. Is there a problem with this? Mr. Wright, I'm sorry, I can't be of more use. But still, if you can't find anything wrong with that blood mark, Lana will be... Please answer my question, Mr. Wright. We don't have all day. Yes, Your Honor. If I ever needed to concentrate, it's now. What could be wrong with the handprint on Detective Gumshoe's locker? Could it be something that I'm missing? I have to. Objection! This handprint left at the crime scene clearly shows a contradiction. The only thing that seems clear is your grasping, Mr. Wright. You've been staring pretty intently at those floor plans. Tell me, is there a problem with them? Yes, this is strange. Take a good look at these floor plans. Something is missing. Missing? You mean something hadn't been drawn on there? Yes, something that when drawn will completely change the meaning of the blood mark. Let us play the defense isn't simply trying to buy time. Very well, Mr. Wright. With all this evidence here, there's gotta be something I can use. The question is, which item can prove something is missing in the floor plans? Take that! What about that piece of plywood? The Blue Badger, mascot of the police force. Defender of truth, guardian of proof. Explain yourself, Mr. Wright. Please look at the floor plans of the crime scene. The Blue Badger is not here. So? So watch what happens when we put him in. This is where he was dancing at the time of the crime. Well? Well, what? Oh! That's right. So long as the Blue Badger is dancing here, it would be impossible to place a handprint at the spot on the locker. What? What? So that means, just exactly what does that mean? It means it can't be done. What are you saying? Blood traces are undeniably found in the locker. Don't look at me. I didn't put it there. Mr. Wright, think it through scientifically. Emma. On that afternoon, Officer Meekins was the one who brought the blue badger to the evidence room, right? After you put it down, it would be impossible to leave the handprint on the locker. So that must mean this blood mark was left there before the blue badger was brought in? Just one moment. I will not allow such far-fetched balderdash in my courtroom. It may sound so far-fetched, Your Honor, but it's the only possible explanation. On February 21st, in the police department's evidence room, blood was spilled not once, but twice. But how? One time was captured on the tape taken by the security camera. Officer Meekins cut his hand from which a tribal amount of blood fell. The problem is, the other time. Someone bled prior to the struggle shown on this tape. It had to have been Detective Goodman when he was really murdered. Objection! That's ridiculous! I refuse to accept your absurd claim! Objection! The murder portrayed in the security tape had been proven to be a fake. However, that does not explain the blood mark found on the locker. Objection! So then, assuming this murder you purport really happened, when did it take place? I demand you to show evidence that proved when it occurred. When did the first incident occur? To summarize, the defense claims that prior to Officer Meekins being cut by Jake Marshall, who was posing as Detective Goodman, another incident took place in that evidence room. That's right. The blood mark on the locker proves this. Very well. Then tell us, when did this first incident occur? As Mr. Edgeworth said, proof must be presented. Proof that shows when the murder took place. There's only one piece of evidence that can show that. Now then, will the defense please present this evidence? What shows when the first crime took place? Has to be that, right? What else would it be? Take that. If the crime took place inside the evidence room, then the killer would have had to enter it. And in order to do so, an ID card would have been required. An ID card? Oh, the ID card report. Officer Meekins brought the Blue Badger panel into the evidence room at, let's see here, 4:50 p.m. If the crime took place before that time, then it would be 4:40. Miles Edgeworth, just what have you done? I would have never figured you had the nerve, boy. Drop the act, witness. It doesn't take a lot of thought to figure out it couldn't have been me. Hope I ain't getting that. I'm afraid I don't understand either. It's clear from the luminol test that blood was there. However, when the second crime took place, both Officer Meekins and Officer Marshall failed to notice the blood. That means the blood from the first crime was wiped away by the real murderer. I would have had just 10 minutes to murder the victim, carry his body away, and clean up the blood. Unfortunately, that's physically impossible. That would mean the crime must have taken place before Mr. Edgeworth entered the evidence room. Let's look at the chart again. There's only one other card number remaining, 77, yeah. Talk about a lucky number. But wait, that doesn't make sense. How could Detective Goodman have entered the evidence room? Since there's no record of his card being used beforehand, he must have entered along with the real murderer. That's the only plausible explanation. He went in with 777 whatever. Mr. Edgeworth, please look into this ASAP. Or as soon as possible. Find out whose ID number is 777777777. That's 17 too many, Your Honor. Unfortunately, I'm unable to look up the owner of that ID card. At least, at present. What? Explain yourself, son. The ID number 7777777 belongs to someone with the rank of captain or higher. Someone who is a so-called executive officer. We don't have the authority to inquire into such a person's identity. Objection! But that's ridiculous. Just how? I'm not finished talking, Mr. Wright. There's one situation in which we can be granted such authority. If an official charge filed against an executive is accepted. An official charge? You're all like, aren't you? With your cover-ups and your forgeries. That's how the prosecutor's office operates. Objection! I take pride in my work, Officer Marshall. I would appreciate it if you would keep your slander to yourself. Slander, is it? Oh. Slander, is it? Okay. Let me ask a question. Yes? No, not you. The defendant sitting over there. Your own little executive. Lana? Objection, don't be stupid. She's been charged with murder. Of course we've looked up her ID number, and it's not 7777777. Don't play with me for a fool, partner. That's not what I want to ask. All I want to know is one thing about that incident. The SO9 incident? Answer me this, Chief Prosecutor. That trial 2 years ago, did he really only use legitimate evidence? Do you need the witness to repeat his question, Chief Prosecutor? I heard him fine, Mr. Edgeworth. 2 years ago, I was in charge of the prosecution for that trial. At the time, occasionally we felt the powerlessness of the law. At least I did. Lana? I became a prosecutor in order to suppress crime with the law. But before I realized it, we were the ones being suppressed by the law. Defendant, what are you saying? I'll ask you again, Chief Prosecutor. During that trial 2 years ago, did he really present all the evidence in court? Can you look at me, an investigator in that crime, in the eye and say you did it? You did. Chief Prosecutor, you didn't. I don't have to, Officer Marshall. Huh? Why won't you answer him? Drastic crimes require drastic measures. That's just the way it is. We did what we had to do in order for him to get the verdict he deserved. But Lana, even if it involved forging evidence. See, that's what I'm talking about. No. No! Order, 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 order! Lana's remarks caused such a stir. The chaos in the courtroom could not be quelled. The conclusion of the trial would have to wait until the following day. Damn. What just happened? Okay. February 24th, 3:12 p.m., Wright & Co. Law Offices. I'm so sorry, Mr. Wright. I'm sorry for what my sister said. I didn't know. I never knew that the SL9 incident was just another name for the Joe Dark killings. Sounds like everyone's heard about these killings but me. Lana wanted Dark convicted so badly. That's why she used me. That's why she used what happened to me. What do you mean, what happened to you? And why do you keep saying that you've been used? It's all there in the file. Joe Dark's last victim was the prosecutor Neil Marshall. When he murdered Officer Marshall's brother, he left behind an incriminating piece of evidence. But what did you have to do with those killings, Emma? On the night prosecutor Neil Marshall was murdered, Joe Dark tried to kill me. What? He tried to kill you? Officer Marshall's brother, Neil, was only trying to save me. So that means you... Yes. I was a witness in the Joe Dark trial. I didn't see that one coming. It happened 2 years ago. It was right about this time of the year, too. There was a terrible thunderstorm that day, unusual for the season. I was alone in my sister's office. We were planning to eat dinner together once she finished her work. Then suddenly, this terrifying man came bursting into the office. Joe Dark. It seemed like he was running from someone. He pulled out a knife and screamed at me. I didn't know what was going on. Just then, Prosecutor Marshall showed up. Jake Marshall's brother. Joe Dark tried to take me hostage. But before he could, Mr. Marshall tackled him. Then... what happened? I'll never forget it. Lightning struck and the lights went out suddenly. A bolt of lightning flashed outside the window, lighting up the office for an instant. What I saw then burned a permanent picture in my mind. I can still see it now. A permanent picture. I don't remember the moment when Dark stabbed Mr. Marshall. So you weren't able to testify about that? No, I was only asked about when I was attacked. That must be why she made up the crime. Made it up? You mean you provided bogus evidence? The prosecutor's office wanted that guilty verdict so badly. Lana forged the evidence and Mr. Edgeworth used it. Edgeworth? Yes, but I'm sure he didn't know anything about it. He couldn't have known he was being given false evidence. Even so, that's when it all started. The rumors about Mr. Edgeworth, I mean. It's all my fault. If I could have just testified properly, none of this would have happened. So it's true, even though he may not have known it. Edgeworth really was involved in falsifying evidence. After that case ended, Lana was never the same. She became cold, like she is today. She must have not been able to face up to what she did, especially not to Emma. What did you see in the instant that crime occurred? Dark knocked down Mr. Marshall and raised his knife. Neil Marshall was stabbed right in front of this poor girl. I didn't remember what happened after that. Apparently, I passed out. When I came to, Lana was cradling me in her arms. Poor Emma. You've been through so much. I couldn't bring myself to testify about that instant. I tried, but the words just wouldn't come out. I drew a picture, but it wasn't any good. 2 years ago, you must have been 14. That's understandable. Once it was all over, I made up my mind. I decided when I grew up, I wanted to be a scientific investigator. I want to be able to fight crime with my testimonies and find the evidence to make an airtight case. That's why Lana would never have to forge any. I see. I think I'm finally starting to understand what makes Emma tick. But there's still something that bothers me about that crime. There's something that's puzzling me, Emma. What is it? You said you were in Lana's office at the time, right? That's right. Why then would a serial killer come running in there? Not only that, but he was being chased by a prosecutor? Oh, there's no mystery there. Joe Dark had been taken in for questioning that day. Taken in for questioning? You mean by the police? Of course. This happened at the police department. He tried to run away halfway through the interview and fled into my sister's office. But why did he run all the way over to your sister's office? Because the detective offices and questioning room are right across from the elevator. Across from the elevator? But Lana was the chief prosecutor, wasn't she? No, silly. Didn't I tell you? 2 years ago, Lana was a detective. Since she was the best in the entire force. What? That's news to me. After the Joe Dark case, she was transferred to the prosecutor's office and made chief prosecutor. Lana used to be a detective. I'd better have another talk with her. February 24th, Detention Center Visitors Room. Lana! Mr. Wright, it seems I keep causing you trouble. Falsifying evidence? I didn't think you were the type. Criminals don't mind playing foul, why should we? But Lana, if you're wrong, an innocent person might be found guilty. Believe me, I understand the risks. Lana, Emma told me about you. Oh? About how you were a detective 2 years ago. And how the SL9 incident was the reason for your transfer to the prosecutor's office. That's right. Could you fill me in on the details, especially about that unusual change of jobs? I suppose you have a right to know, Mr. Wright. A lot of revelations were uncovered at the trial today, not the least of which was the fact that this case is largely connected to another one 2 years ago. Evidence from that case was stolen as well, though I expected as much. I know how obsessive Officer Marshall can be. That trial, it really wasn't fair, was it? I believed in you, Lana. I believed that no matter what happened, you'd always stick to the truth. It couldn't be helped, Aunt Emma. At the trial 2 years ago, I sold my soul. Well, all drama aside, the fact of the matter is, at 5:15, there was no murder at the police department. Tell me it's not true, Lana. What the witness, Miss Starr, said about you stabbing Mr. Goodman with a knife. Lana, I don't understand. Why won't you tell us? Emma, this doesn't involve just me. I don't think I've ever seen Lana look so fazed before. It's true, I was a member of the police force 2 years ago. She was amazing. They still talk about all the cases she and Chief Gant cracked together. Chief Gant? He was the deputy chief of the police back then, but he still worked at the crime scenes. Damien Gant. He was everything I aspired to be. They were the best team ever. They solved crimes before the reports would even be filed. Emma really idolizes her big sister. But now you're chief prosecutor. What happened? I always planned on becoming a prosecutor, but the reason I became a detective was to gain experience investigating crime scenes, so you use that experience in court, right? Gant's help in the SL9 case was crucial to its resolution. After that, he became chief of police and arranged my transfer to the prosecutor's office. Maybe I should ask more about this investigation of theirs 2 years ago. 2 years ago, I was second in command of the detectives investigating Dark. Second in command? That means the investigation led was Damien Gant, right? Yes, Deputy Chief Gant and I shared the same office and the same investigations. They even had the same office. We led a team of the best detectives on the force. Detective Goodman, whose case it was, Jake Marshall, and Angel Starr. It was the first time Marshall worked with his brother. He was quite gung-ho. What's that? Without a doubt, Joe Dark was the serial killer. We asked him to come in for questioning. We were desperate for evidence. That was when his final murder took place. When he tried to murder Emma. Prosecutor Marshall was trying to save me from Dark. You see, the first person who happened upon the scene of the crime was me. Now you tell us. Damien Gant and Neil Marshall were the ones questioning Dark at the that day. The investigation was in its final stages, and Dark must have suddenly panicked. So he waited until Gant and Marshall let their guards down and fled the room. From there, he ran straight to the office shared by Deputy Chief Grant and myself. That's where he found me! So you were the first person to run to the scene, Lana. It appears so. I was filing some papers while Gant and Marshall were questioning Dark. When I returned to my office, I saw 3 bodies on the floor and smelled blood. 3 bodies? Prosecutor Marshall, victim Emma, who had passed out, and the suspect, Joe Dark. During the struggle, it seems Mr. Marshall struck a final blow before he died. Joe Dark had incurred a minor concussion and lay unconscious. What did you do? To be honest, I panicked. I picked up Emma, carried her out of the room, and just held her. Can't blame her. After all, her sister must have gone through. After that, I placed Dark under immediate arrest. Let me get this straight. You were all involved in the SL9 incident. That's right. Quite a coincidence, I don't buy it. What are you saying? There's no way everyone involved in the trial was also involved in that case. Just by chance. But that case was solved 2 years ago. At least one person went to extremes because they didn't believe it was truly solved. Officer Marshall. Yes, his actions came as a surprise to me as well. Ever since his brother died, he's changed completely. I guess he wasn't convicted with the ruling against Dark. Convinced with the ruling against Dark. Life doesn't end with the closing of a case. Everyone has to live the rest of their lives with their memories. That case just might not be over yet. Emma was assaulted by Dark at the police department, right? Yes, in the office that Damien Gant and I shared. The office that Mr. Gant now occupies by himself. The chief's office. Maybe we should have a look at the chief's office, the site of the final SL9 murder. Okay, so now I need to move. February 24th, Police Station Criminal Affairs Department. I don't see Detective Gumshoe anywhere. Things seem kind of quiet around here today. You're right. The chief of detectives seems the same, though. Why don't we go look for some other people to talk to? Right. We could come back here later. February 24th, Police Department entrance. Howdy, Bambina. Oh, Mr. Marshall. I never thought things turned out this way when I woke up this morning. You never know where life will lead you. Hey, Bambina? Should have known my luck had run out when old Billy dried up this morning. Billy? Must be his pet cactus. Say, where are you headed? Just over to the prosecutor's office for a little interrogation. It's a voluntary appearance. But we all know I won't be coming back. Sorry, but you can't go in the evidence room today, partner. But, Mr. Marshall, why did you do it? Why do you prospectors head west? If ever there was a case I needed to know the truth about, it was that one. Before you turn yourself in, Mr. Marshall, would you mind telling us exactly what happened? Looks like I won't be getting a steak lunch today. Something was fishy about that trial from the beginning. It wasn't just me either. All the detectives thought so. What do you mean, fishy? Some of the facts reported were inconsistent with the evidence we found. For example, the murder weapon. The murder weapon? You mean that switchblade knife with the broken tip? That was Joe Dark's alright. But in the initial autopsy report, the question was raised. A question? The blade of the knife was not a perfect match with the wound on the victim's sustained. What does that mean? It means there's a good chance that knife was not the murder weapon. However, on the report that was finally submitted, that possibility had been erased. Could the facts have been concealed with forged evidence? That case left behind scars on all of us. The scars that the SL9 incident left behind. I got the looks, but he got the brains. He was one of the best prosecutors around. I just made detective when it went down. It's our first case together. How old was he, your brother? He was 27 at the time. He was awarded with the highest honor that very day. The highest honor? You mean the King of Prosecutors? I knew it. What are you looking at me like that for? That's an honor for a prosecutor. Mr. Marshall must have been really close with his brother. That day the SL9 incident took place. That wasn't the same day as... That's right. It was the same day as the evidence transferal. Interesting. It was drizzling that morning, and by nightfall there was thunder. Can't believe 2 years have gone by already. Tried to steal the evidence so the case wouldn't die. Apparently someone tried to stop you. Detective Goodman was murdered, and the evidence locker was empty. There was something going on behind the scenes in that case. We all knew that later. Every detective involved in the investigation, save one, was taken care of. Miss Starr was fired and I was demoted and boxed away in a tiny room. What about Detective Goodman? If they did something to him too, the commissioners would get suspicious. No, they were careful enough not to be too obvious. They? Who are you talking about? Don't get upset, Bambina. I mean Damien Gant and Lana Sky. The investigation lead, Damien Gant, and his second in command, Lana Sky. There wasn't a person on the force who hadn't heard of that duo. That case was the biggest step in both of their careers. After the case ended, Lana transferred to the prosecutor's office, right? Yeah, Damien Gant and the new chief of police arranged for that to happen. She's never been the same since she left. Everyone who knew her said so. Chief Prosecutor Sky was totally different when she was a detective. Now that he mentions it, Emma said the same, something like that too. Tell me, what happened to my sister? Sorry, Bambina, but her secret is too well guarded. I never found out. Lana's secret. It all started 2 years ago. So there you have it. That's my story. Did you enjoy it, partner? It was certainly enlightening. It's one thing for sure I found out in court today. That boy Edgeworth is my enemy. He was the one who used falsified evidence to get a guilty verdict. But someone else was the one who gave him that evidence and planned everything. That someone is Damien Gann. Don't believe me? Well, I don't blame you. I won't even be a patrolman after today. Too bad I won't be around to work with you when you become a real scientific investigator. Adios, Bambina. Well, he's gone. February 24th, Police Station, Criminal Affairs Department. This place is always pretty empty, but today it's deserted. That must mean everyone's busy solving crimes. Oh, if you're looking for the others, they're all in the conference room. Thanks. Wow, you actually talked to us. With the chief prosecutor saying what she did and the decision about what to do. About Mr. Edgeworth, not to mention our statement to the media in tomorrow's trial. There's more chaos going on than Thanksgiving and Christmas put together. I think festive is the word usually used for those. Sir, we'd like to have a look around Chief Gant's office. Just use the connected hallway to the other building and take the elevator to the top floor. Really? You mean it's okay for us to go in there? I mean, we aren't police officers or anything. Hey, you're right. You can't go in there. It's off limits. Now I see where Detective Gumshoe gets his unique charm. Well, what are we waiting for? Let's head to Chief's office. Okay, well, let's go. Let's break some rules. February 24th, Police Department Chief's office. Whoa, where am I? In the chief's office, silly. At least that's what it said on the door. Check out that pipe organ. That's real, isn't it? Hey, I used to take organ lessons in kindergarten. They used to call me Little Miss Batch. I thought I was a genius until they tried... I never could remember where C was. Oh, it's you two. Chief Gant. He put the paper he was reading on in his desk. Oh, righto. Have you been swimming lately? No, I haven't. I've been kind of busy lately. I can appreciate that. I've had my hands full too, with Mr. Marshall's misconduct. And Lana's provocative statement. Provocative statement? Oh, you mean the forged evidence. 2 years have passed since that incident. Oh my, how time flies. See that big picture on the wall over there? That's a picture of Lana, Neil, and me. So this is Mr. Marshall's brother, Prosecutor Neil Marshall. We're looking to corroborate our work together. Something's not right with this picture. Why is there a weapon in the photo? Oh! 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 That's the vase! I can't quite seem to put my finger on it though. But I think it might be that vase that looks oddly familiar. Anyway, I'd like to reminisce all day, but there are matters that need my attention. I'm going to lock up here, so let's go out together. Oh, but this office, there was a crime scene 2 years ago, wasn't it? That case has been long since over. There's no need to investigate it anymore. All the same, we'd still like to have a look around. Perhaps you didn't hear me. I said there's no need to investigate it anymore. Now hurry up and get out. I have a meeting to attend. That's interesting. Looks like we aren't welcome. Seems that case isn't over with yet, after all. What do you mean? Chief Gant denied our request to search the crime scene. That means there must be a reason he doesn't want us looking around in there. You mean like a clue? There's gotta be a way we could get inside the chief's office. Are we gonna find anything over here? February 24th, Prosecutor's Office underground parking lot. No one's here today, not even Miss Starr. Everyone's probably busy looking into what exactly went down in the evidence room. That must be where the detectives are. But we proved in court today that the day of the crime, no one was murdered in the evidence room at 5:15 p.m. Yeah, I thought we were finally making some headway in our case. But instead it looks like we just ended up making Lana look even more guilty. Hang in there, Lana. I've got to find all the answers by tomorrow. Alright, Edgeworth isn't going to be here. Mr. Edgeworth isn't here. Maybe he's being questioned by an inquiry committee. He took a real beating in court today. Yeah, with Lana admitting to falsifying evidence 2 years ago. I guess we'll just have to come back later. That's interesting. It was like a sword thing. Why doesn't Edgeworth have a sword thing? But that's undeniably the same base. February 24th, Police Station Criminal Affairs Department. Hey, pal. Detective Gumshoe, aren't you supposed to be in a meeting? I'm, just taking a little breather. My feet hurt. From sitting too long? Actually, from serving everyone coffee. Sounds like Detective Gumshoe's still out of the loop. Hey, have either of you seen Mr. Edgeworth? Edgeworth? No. Why would you ask? He's under fire from both police department and the prosecutor's office. It's almost like the battle's between you two in court. That sounds serious. Is it because of what my sister said? That's basically what it all boils down to. Falsified evidence 2 years ago. Now Mr. Edgeworth has a whole world after his blood. Yikes. But why would Edgeworth be blamed? It's not like he knew the evidence was forged. Lana Skye is the guilty party here, isn't she? Regardless, the prosecutor is responsible for the evidence they present in court. Not only that, But as you know, there's been a lot of rumors going about Mr. Edgeworth. His amazing talent as a prosecutor kept him safe from those who don't like him. But now with this, there are really so many people who hate him. In our world, only those with talent rise to the top. Mr. Edgeworth not only has that, but he's young. There's no better receipt I know for making enemies. Hey Dick, keep up the good work. Yes, sir. Let's go out for lunch again sometime, I treat. Yes, sir. You gotta take me back to that joint sometime, okay, Dick? Yes, sir. It seems you don't have any problems with enemies. Yeah, well, I'm careful not to stick out. Anyway, I'm a bit worried about him. Under all this pressure, I'm afraid Mr. Edgeworth just might crack. Actually, I took a look at the file earlier while the coffee was brewing. He seemed genuinely concerned for Edgeworth. Well, did you find out anything? The only evidence Dark left behind was during his final attack. His final attack? You mean when he killed Prosecutor Marshall, who was trying to protect some girl? Me. It seems Detective Gumshoe never realized Emma was the girl. That's when he left the most incriminating evidence of all. Well, what was it? Oh, let's see. I think it had something to do with the murder weapon. Oh, I forget. Look, it's all in the written somewhere in there, okay? His powers of recollection never failed to impress. Maybe we should show him the murder weapon. Might jog his memory. Joe Dark was 42 at the time of the crime. He was just your run-of-the-mill businessman. A businessman? What made him take to serial killing? One day on his way home from work, he hit someone with his car. With his car? So it was an accident? An accident, yes, but it transformed him into an animal. An animal? He killed a man that witnessed the accident, then he killed a lady who saw the second, and then killed a kid just by then killed him too, and then killed a jogger, and then turned himself in. Seems like he was a pretty careless animal. Of course, this is all conjecture. It wasn't a single shred of evidence. So he turned himself in? Yes, but in the middle of his questioning, he fled and murdered his final victim. Prosecutor Marshall. That crime was witnessed by someone too, but luckily Dark was arrested on the spot. Good thing that last witness wasn't killed. That last witness, aka Emma. About this. Hey, is that? It has a tag attached to it with the label SL9 incident on it. I believe this would be the broken murder weapon you were speaking of. What are you doing with that? Ever since that case was closed, that knife's been locked away in a locker. On the day Detective Goodman was murdered, this suddenly disappeared from the locker. It was found in Mr. Edgeworth's car muffler. That's it. Now I remember what that incriminating piece of evidence was. When he showed me that knife, it all came back to me. Well, what is it, Detective? Quick, before you forget again. This knife. It was Joe Dark's, wasn't it? That's right. And traced it back to the store he bought it at. Plus, he had his fingerprints on it. But no one actually witnessed him using it to murder anyone, right? That's where his luck ran out. When you take a good look at the knife, you'll see it's broken. You don't have to take a good look to notice that. Yeah, well anyway, take a guess where the broken tip of the knife was found. That's what did him in. Where was it at? The victim, Neil Marshall, was carrying it inside his own body. It was found deep inside the stab wound. Did it match Dark's knife? You bet. Down to the last fiber. That's pretty conclusive. Well, there you have it in a nutshell. That's all I know. Can I ask you one more thing? What is it? If it's money you need, you should ask Chief Gant. It's not money, but it does concern Chief. His office is a crime scene, right? It's where Prosecutor Neil Marshall was murdered. The Chief's out now. His office is locked. And we'd like to have a look around if that's okay. Well, any detective's ID card can unlock the door. What? Really? Well, if I let a civilian in there, I'd be charged with a breach of trust. Breach of trust? Simply put, I'd be canned. Oh. Sorry, pal. I don't plan on getting fired because of you. How about we use this ID card? It was Detective Goodman's. That won't work either. The data was deleted the day he died. Oh. So in other words, Gumshoe is our only chance of getting into that office. I wonder if there's something we could show him that would change his mind. Maybe this? Let me share a little advice with you as a detective. If you don't have a clue, keep your trap shut. I'll keep that in mind. Sheesh. About that jar, I think I've seen it before somewhere. Somewhere? Maybe it's one of those memory people have from previous lives. This must have been the most uninformed detective I've ever met. Something about him makes me feel uneasy. It's like I'm in the chief's office and he's yelling at me. Chief Gant? Where could I have seen that before? Okay, fine. I don't know, should I just keep presenting things to him and see? I've been studying up on those files. There's nothing wrong with the Mr. Edgeworth's presentation to think people are accusing him of injustice. And for one, I ain't buying it, pal. You're looking into the case for Mr. Edgeworth? Yeah, it was a pretty big deal while it was going on, you know. After all, the serial killer was on the loose. But Lana was pretty clear with her confession. She forged evidence in order to prove Joe Dark guilty. Oh, a lost item report, huh? Very impressive, Detective. You knew what it was right off the bat. Well, I'm a master of misplacement, you know. Master? That has like such a cool ring to it. The way I see it, if things are meant to be lost, then they're meant to be lost. There's a higher power at work here. Wow, a higher power. Maybe I shouldn't let Emma hold any evidence. Okay, I don't know if I have anything. Out in Mr. Edgeworth's car, stabbed with Mr. Edgeworth's knife, huh? What would drive Chief Prosecutor Sky to do such a thing? Wait, I mean, sure, of course someone else really did it. Someone must have a grudge against Mr. Edgeworth. This guy almost made us lose the case today. What are you talking about? He was guarding the blood stain on the evidence locker with his life. That's more than you can say about most officers nowadays. Would have saved us a lot of trouble if he hadn't guarded it so well. I have to admit he's right, though. Thanks to the Blue Badger, we were able to prove another possibility today. The possibility that another murder took place prior to 5:15. Okay. I don't know if I'm finding anything. Oh, February 24th, High Prosecutor's Office, room 1202. I wonder if Edgeworth is back yet. There he is! Looks like he's writing something. Oh, what are you doing here? Wait. What are you doing here? He sure was quick to throw that paper on the floor. Tough day in court, huh? Humph. I've had to live with the past 2 years with the rumors flying around. What's another allegation to me? Cheer up, Mr. Edgeworth. I'm rooting for you. That's Edgeworth for you. Always trying to hide his real feelings. So, what do you want? Unlike some people, I don't have all day. There's no excuse for what I've done. 2 years ago, I used false evidence to obtain a guilty verdict. That's what it all breaks down to, and nothing I do can erase that fact. But you didn't know, did you? I mean, the evidence that was falsified. The police department and the prosecutor's office share a bond of trust. If that bond is broken, we stand to lose everything. The police department's error is my error, my responsibility as the prosecutor in charge. That fact remains the same no matter what excuses I might have. Mr. Edgeworth. I take pride in my work. So tell me why? Why does it have to come to this? Even Edgeworth can't keep this kind of emotion bottled up. Are you up for the trial tomorrow? Humph. First, last year's trial, and now this one. It seems all you do is worry about me. To be honest, you're getting on my nerves. But Mr. Edgeworth, you can't just walk out on the trial. Tomorrow's the last day. It's too late to change prosecutors. I'll bet that's what my superiors are banking on. I'd never thought that case would come back to haunt me like this. What do you mean? The list of evidence seems too short. Most lists run twice as long. It's only half as long as most lists. That is odd. After Neil Marshall was murdered, I became prosecutor for that case. I may not have been part of the investigation, but I knew what I had to do. Use evidence I was given to prove the suspect guilty. That was really the only thing on my mind at the time. Say, we just saw a picture taken around that time. That picture? Something seems strange about it. Could you tell us again about what happened that day? The day Detective Goodman was murdered. You were participating in a ceremony over at the station, right? I've never cared for ceremonies, but I had to attend that one. Because you were awarded this? Those receiving awards can't skip out on the ceremony. I finished up at the office in the morning, then drove over to the police department. You finished up at the office? Yes, just odds and ends. Clerical stuff. I didn't plan on returning to the office that day. That is, until I was asked to take something back. Take something back? This. Oh yeah! Chief Grant asked you to hold on to that, didn't he? Yes, it was a piece of evidence in the case that was closed half a year ago. He asked me to bring it back to the prosecutor's office. That's the story we heard yesterday. So you came back here to the prosecutor's office because the chief asked you to. That's right. This picture was hanging on the wall in Chief Gant's office. Prosecutor Neil Marshall. He had just started making a name for himself. Looks like this was taken when he received the King of Prosecutors trophy. Speaking of that, there's something that bothers me. Yes? The trophy Mr. Marshall is holding. It's a little different than yours. Yes, you're right. Oh, I remember now. Remember what? That was the official prosecutor's trophy looked like until 2 years ago. There's a story behind its design. A story? Sounds interesting. Would you mind telling it to us? It's simple, really. Contradiction. That's what the award's based on. This award originates from an ancient Chinese tale. In Chinese, the word contradiction is written with 2 characters. The first means halberd, and the second means shield. Have you heard this story? Me? Oh, sure, everyone knows that. Why don't you just tell it, though, for Emma's sake? Very well. Long ago in the kingdom of Chu, there was an arms merchant. One day he presented the king with 2 items. The first was a halberd. He claimed could slice through any shield or armor. The second was a shield he claimed could withstand any weapon. Wait a minute. Objection! Those claims contradict each other. Very perceptive, but then again, you've heard the story before, right? Anyway, as you mentioned, the very descriptions of these items discredit them both. When the king pointed this out, the merchant was left speechless. And thus, the Chinese word for contradiction was born. Oh, I see. So the chipped shield and the broken knife symbolize. Precisely so. They symbolize the merchant's items. The ancient tale ends with the merchant at a loss for words. But it's in our nature to pursue matters to their conclusion, even if it results in something as ugly as this. Wow, thanks, Mr. Edgeworth. I learned something new today. That's funny. If that's so, then why were you only given a shield? You'll have to ask Chief Gant. 2 years ago, he had the halberd part of the award abolished. Chief Gant. February 24th, Prosecutor's Office, underground parking lot. Excuse me. Would either of you care for a quarter pound of roast beef? Miss Starr! I guess she's out of lunches. You certainly are the curious sort, aren't you? Kind of like the first person who sucked a cow's nipple to discover milk. Still, I never thought you two would be digging up that case from 2 years ago. Everyone in this trial was involved in the SL9 incident. Not only that, but the murder occurred on the very day the evidence from that case was due for transferal. This can't be attributed to a mere coincidence. Aren't you forgetting something? You know that little scene I happened to witness? The instant Lana stabbed Detective Goodman with a knife? No matter how much of the past you dig up, it won't change what I saw. Roast beef is meant to be savored when eaten. Miss Starr's hatred toward Lana. It all dates back to 2 years ago. Joe Dark. That's a name I'll not soon forget. We all trailed him for half a year. Oh, the pressure. Still, I don't think I was ever more alive than I was then. Those days were steamier than a bowl of hot gravy. Poor old Jake Marshall. Though I must have been going through hell. You mean because of his brother's death? They were close, those two. After Neil died, something took over Jake. He became obsessed. Seeing Jake like that. Oh, hi.
Hi.
Welcome.
I joined actually a little bit ago. I was just waiting for a moment.
Okay.
I don't think that was a good moment. Hold on, I'm gonna redo that. Pretend I wasn't here.
Oh, okay. Seeing Jake like that made her all the more desperate. Hurt. Okay. Lana Sky. My sister? The best of the best were put on that SL9 case. Of course, they were led by that legendary duo. Lana and Chief Gant. That legendary pair was the reason we were able to keep up our investigation. That's why we were so shocked over how it turned out. You mean with the forging of the evidence? Don't get me wrong, Joe Dark got what he deserved. Still, it was obvious the evidence produced in court was being manipulated. Items our team never found would suddenly appear while other items were kept safe. But you don't have proof anything illegal was done? I'm proof enough of what happened. After that case, all of us save Goodman were relieved of our duties. Most without even so much as an explanation. Then Lana Skye transferred to the prosecutor's office and became chief prosecutor. Lana always wanted to be a prosecutor. Nothing's quite as simple as it appears. Okay. Intense. Huh? Lana Skye was merely being used as a pawn. That's my take on the matter. She was being used? Intense. This vine boom after vine boom. Yippee! Damien Gant and Lana Skye. Gant led the investigation with Lana second in command. They were the best. They solved all kinds of cases together, didn't they? Damien Gant's magnetism in particular was almost unreal. His magnetism? By that I mean his ability to attract evidence. He had produced the most incredible evidence in the cases he handled. Incredible evidence, you mean? Oh yes, there were rumors about him even back then. No one dared confront him though. I take it she's talking about forged evidence. Back then, everyone looked up to Lana. All the detectives wanted to be like her. Really? Oh yes, myself included. I was a fool, really. She hated anything crooked. Yeah. Anything crooked and always watched out for the other detectives. That's why she was so concerned for Jake. Mr. Marshall. When Jake's brother was murdered, she felt as if she had lost her own brother. If it wasn't for her, I don't think Jake would have ever recovered from his shock. That's what makes it all the more infuriating. Miss Starr. That's why I'll never be able to forgive her. That was supposed to be my boyfriend. I don't know. Why did she have to turn so cold after that? Okay. Lana transferred to the prosecutor's office 2 years ago, didn't she? Yes, thanks to Chief Gant's powerful influence. Chief. That's right. Having solved the SL9 case, his position as chief was secured. There was only one thing left for him to control. And then no one could stand in his way. The prosecutor's office. What? You mean that's why Lana was transferred? If he could control the chief prosecutor, he could control the prosecutor's office. That must have been his goal all along. But how could he control Lana? I don't know, but one thing's for sure. Ever since that case ended, she's never been the same. It's only logical to conclude. There must have been a reason for her change. At last, I'm finally getting close to the bottom of this ugly mess. Thank you, Miss Star. You listen to me, rookie. It takes more than just ingredients to create a fine cuisine. I hope you turn out to be a better chief than I've been. Okay, let's go to the detention center. No, let's go to Criminal Affairs Department. February 24th, Police Station, Criminal Affairs Department. Oh, you're back. You're still here? I gotta make 150 copies of these files. Brewing coffee, copying files. I'm turning into a regular DJ. You're a DJ as well? If I'm not mistaken, I think he means desk jockey. Oh, that DJ. I gotta admire persistency, but my answer's still no. I'm not letting you into the chief's office, period. It'd be my neck on the line. That office is the last crime scene in the SL9 incident. I have to take a look in there. There's gotta be something we could do to make the detective change his mind. I don't know, what do I do? What do I do? What do I do? Do I present him this now? No. Okay. Okay. I need to figure out something. I don't know what to figure out. I haven't gotten anything more. I just got more of a... I don't know. I don't know. Okay, yeah, I don't think there's nothing more. Can you present her or something? Okay, that's not... Okay, yeah, I don't think she's gonna give us anything. Yep. Okay, I need to figure out how... to get him to... Okay, I don't think there's anything here. Actually, you know what? I forgot. Something very crucial I should have looked at. Thank you, Mizuki, for redeeming Hydrate. I just need to get back over here. I wonder what he was writing before. Come on, Mr. Wright. Let's take a look. Are you crazy? Edgeworth is sitting right there. Just distract him. I'll check it out. Hey, Edgeworth. You're looking pretty good today.
Huh?
Is that Detective Gumshoe out the window there? Oh no, he's falling to the ground. Hold on. First, let me see what this girl's doing crawling around my feet. He didn't even look. What? A letter of... If you're having trouble reading, I'll read it for you. It says, letter of resonate... I know I can say it. It's re, then sign, and then ation. Resonation. I think. Edgeworth, you don't mean... I'm tired, right? I feel as if...
Okay, am I only...
What?
Am I the only one that's getting, like, extremely uncomfortable when you say his name?
Edgeworth? Why? It's Edgeworth. Do you want me to call Miles for you? No. No, I could call him Miles. Okay. I feel as if something inside me has died. But Mr. Edgeworth, none of it is your fault. I know the path I've walked. You don't need to tell me. And the path I've walked hasn't been just one. I can't forgive myself for what I've done, even though it literally wasn't my fault. And no one else should forgive me either. Uh-oh. I think he's serious. Mr. Wright, please, you have to do something. This letter of resignation. Resignation. I wonder if I can use it for anything. Okay, that's what I need. That's the fuel I need. That is the fuel. No, that is the fuel I need. I need to go. I'm sorry, Edgeworth. I know you're depressed or something. But I need to go talk to Gumshoe. Present. Look, your best buddy Edgeworth is gonna resign. What's this crumbled up piece of paper? No way! And Mr. Edgeworth can't be serious! Why did I turn him British or something? What the fuck? Is he ever not serious? I can't believe they pushed him this far. Mr. Edgeworth really feels responsible. When I first met him, I thought he was as cold as ice too. But I know different now. I trusted us detectives to provide him with the sound evidence. But we betrayed him. Detective? That's it. I've made up my mind. But... Here, take my ID card. We can't do that if someone found out. They won't let you off the hook with another lost item report. Look at me, it's no secret I'm already out of the loop. After all, I'm friends with Mr. Edgeworth. Depending on how this case turns out, I may be already as good as terminated. What? So at least let me do this. It's for Mr. Edgeworth's sake. Alright, detective, thank you. Well, let's go. No, not talk. We need to move. We need to move our feet. We need to go to the chief's office. February 24th, Police Department, Chief's Office. Here it goes. Here it goes, Mr. Wright. Click. Beep. We're in! If anyone finds us now... Detective Gumshoe's a goner. That happens, I'm counting on you to bail me out. Eek! Go! Sorry, I thought you were a ghost. I didn't know you could slap a ghost. Ah, Detective Gumshoe! What are you doing sneaking up here on us like that? I wasn't sneaking. I was just worried that something might go wrong. So I came up too. If you're here, then what's the point in giving us your ID card? Oh. Hey, don't do that to my card. I hardly ever get a chance to come in here. So I figured I'd take a look around myself. Besides, we're all in this together now. You really do want to get fired, don't you? Not if we're lucky. Now come on, let's see what we can find out. I've got a bad feeling about this. Let's examine. Bruh. This is a safe, isn't it? Safe? That word is ripe with intrigue. Okay, if you say so. It looks like a code needed to be entered into this panel to open it. A 7-digit number. I think I might just know what it is. Do you think you know what it is? I have a hunch. Oh, I know. You want to try my birth date. It's... I have a better idea. Here goes nothing. No way. Really? This is hilarious. Bro. Bingo. What number did you enter? Whose birthday was that, pal? 777777. The final ID card number on that wait, oh, that's supposed to be me. Knocked them shoe. 777777. The final ID card number on that record. What? The number of the mysterious executive officer who entered that room that day. You mean... that ID number? I think you're the 7 shy. I think you're 7 shy this time. This can only mean one thing. That Chief Gant's ID number. Say, anyone care to look inside? Might as well. Is there any money in there? How much does he have stashed away? Look, it's a shard of a broken cup? This somehow looks familiar. Where have I seen this before? There's something else in here too. What's this? It looks like a piece of leather cloth? With a handprint on it. This is a handprint, isn't it? Hey, I saw someone wearing a shirt like that once. You think Chief made up the design? I don't think so. Oh, well, it was just a thought. Is that it? This is all that was in that safe? Apparently so, it's empty now. A piece of cloth with a handprint on it and a broken shard from a cup. They look like pieces of evidence. Yeah, but unless you could prove that they have something to do with this case, I'm afraid I can't just let you take them. After all, it's my neck on the line here. Great. Now I have to prove their relevancy to get them. How are these two items related to the SL9 incident? Come on, there's gotta be something we can show the detective. Well, actually, wait, I need to not be doing this. I need to present to him. Well, looky here. Detective Gumshoe, could you have another look at this jar? I remember when the three of us put that back together. Those were the days. It's kind of early to be nostalgic. That was yesterday.
You can't be nostalgic for a second time in a row? Damn.
Oh? Sorry bot banned another person.
Oh god.
That's pretty good. It's actually working, at least. Wasn't this a jar, a piece of evidence from that case? That's right. One of the shards had an SO9 incident sticker on it. Doesn't this ring any bells? You know, that fragment we just found? You mean this one that was in the safe? Yes, that one. That was in the safe. Now you mention it, it's ringing a lot of bells. Let's see if it fits. Here, let me see that shard. I'll take a crack at this.
Better
Go
not
ahead,
break
pal.
it.
I hope not. Show us what a rookie can do. Mr. Wright, here's some glue. If I could piece this together again, it'll prove Chief Gant was knowingly hiding evidence. Here goes.
Please tell me they're accidentally gonna break it.
I hope not. There! It fits like a charm. That, of course, means Chief Gant willingly knowing hid a piece of this jar in his safe. In other words, he concealed a piece of evidence from the SL9 incident. But... Hey guys, I get a load of this. What is it? This piece you just attached. It's different from the others.
Huh?
There's a reddish line on it. A reddish line. That's blood. I don't get it. Why would Chief Gant hide this in his safe? That desk on the other side of the room. Was that your sister's? Yes, that's where I was waiting for Lana. On the day 2 years ago. Is anyone using it now? No, sir. This is entirely Chief Gant's office now. Yes, you're so funny, Lulz.
Thank you.
He practices a strict policy of preserving the crime scene. That's a strange reason to leave it there. He leaves it as a warning to everyone else. He wants us to always be alert. He told us so himself at our New Year's party. Of course, he was pretty intoxicated at the time. I see. So ever since Lana left, no one ever touches that desk. No one except Chief Gant. And the cleaning lady who's in here each morning. Still, 2 years have passed since that incident. There can't possibly be any clues remaining. Can I ask you something? Sure. You only came here to look around, right? Because it's one of SL9 crime scenes? I mean, that's your only reason for coming here, isn't it? Why do you ask? You don't think, nah, you wouldn't be, no, there's no way, never mind. Don't worry about it. Okay, now then let's look around a bit more. Hey, hold on, not so fast, buddy. Huh? What is it? When someone tells you don't worry about it, it's supposed to start bothering you, pal. You don't just let it go at that. Sorry. This guy's starting to get on my nerves. Okay, what's bothering you? You two don't think Chief Gant might be a suspect, do you? What? He's right, Mr. Wright. What do we think of him? Chief Gant. So it's finally come to this. This intense moment with Pedro in the background. What do I think of him? Perhaps it's best I don't divulge my feelings yet. There you go, ignoring me again. If I'm fired, I won't be able to give you any information. That's why I have to get it all out of my system now. You understand, don't you? Don't be so negative, Detective. We do want you to share your information, though.
No, I'm not doing any of that. I don't want to get doxxed.
Okay. Oh, who am I fooling? I've never had anything useful to share to begin with.
Well,
Aw, got to say positive. Did I?
19 point. Where's 19?
Did I present that to him? Oh wait, yeah, I did. Okay. Hey, look here. It's hard to make out, but there's a dark stain here. Looks like blood. This piece of Chief has is different though. The blood stains on the other pieces are just spots. This one's a line.
Imagine like he painted on it just to
Yeah, I had no idea what the line means.
be kind of funny.
That is odd.
Like, they just painted the blood on it just to confuse people. It's like, it's a design choice.
I think I already looked at that. Okay.
You already know my. You already.
Wait, no. Wait. Let's just see if there is anything in here. Oh, okay. Whoa! This area must have been covered in blood. This is from that incident? It must be. When Prosecutor Neil Marshall was murdered. 2 years have passed, so the reaction's kind of dull. So a murder really did take place here. I mean, I didn't think that it wouldn't take place. Just, is there anything else that I am missing? I don't think so. This blood got everywhere somehow, but I don't think so.
How the heck did it?
How do I get the other evidence from you? This is the real deal, isn't it? This armor and these weapons? Sure is, Bao. The chief doesn't care for imitations. First the pipe organ, now this armor. Do you know how many taxpayer dollars must have gone into this room? What? You mean we're paying for this? That's it. I'm not paying 1 cent on my taxes. You don't have any taxes to pay. You're a high school student. Shush. Be careful what you say. Who knows? The chief might be hiding in this armor as we speak. I don't think he'd fit in there. Even if he did, he'd never be able to get back out.
Oh, I'm gonna be right
Cut
back.
it out.
Anyway,
Okay. Cut it out. You guys don't know how scary that guy can be. Wow, look at the size of the Chief Grant's desk. Speaking of that, we were here earlier. I wonder what he was reading. This looks like a list of evidence. A list of evidence? In most cases, the list runs twice as long as this, though. Hey, look at the case name. Huh? SL9 incident? I wonder what this is doing here. Hold on, detective. What did you just say? I said I wonder what... No, about the evidence list. Normally they're twice as long. That's right. I guess there wasn't a lot of evidence. A half-size list of evidence. What would the other half of the list be doing here? I knew it! The chief must be hiding something about that case. It would appear so. The chief's organ sure is a sight to behold. Occasionally, we hear him playing it from the criminal affairs department. That's on the 2nd floor, and this is the 15th floor of an entirely different building. When the detective screws up, the chief calls them to his office and makes them listen to the organ for hours. What's so bad about that? Music soothes the soul. After that, the detective can't hear anything for days except for the ringing in their ears. So it's an instrument of punishment, literally. But aren't the chief's ears affected? He never listens to anyone anyway. That's besides the point. You can see pretty far from 15 stories up. If you were to drop that suit... At first, the chief wanted to use stained glass for this window. Really? Why didn't he? They say he changed his mind because he wouldn't be able to see the view. Oh. Stained glass or not, it's a huge window. This was Lana's desk. It sure is tidy. Lana's always been a meticulous cleaner. There's not even any dust on it. Looks like someone's still keeping it clean. Does Lana ever come back here? No. Chief Gam must keep it clean in memory of their partnership. They were the stuff legends are made of. Does he keep it in memory of her? Or in memory of the crime? This was taken on that day 2 years ago. The day Joe Dark ran out of the questioning room and tried to kill Emma. After receiving his award trophy, Mr. Marshall took a picture here. Then went along with Chief Grant to question Dark. Bet he never knew he'd be dead just a few hours later. Gee, you think? These shelves are mostly empty. Lana must have cleaned them out when she transferred over to the prosecutor's office. There's a small picture frame on the left shelf. Hey! This is when Lana and I went to that theme park. Look at that giant window. Makes you want to crash through it and jump outside. I think that's an intrusive thought, Gumshoe. This is the 15th floor, and I think that's an intrusive thought, and you shouldn't be saying that aloud. I know, I was just saying. Saying what? You want to jump out of a window in a 15-story building? Ever since making detective, I've always dreamed about doing something like that. Gumshoe? Gumshoe, what do you mean? Emma. Oh, wait. Note to self. Detective Gumshoe has a lot of dreams. So long as he doesn't go crashing through that window when he gets fired. Don't say that! I mean, it's true. I'm trying to get him to give me the other evidence. Oh, maybe I need to show this? Detective Gumshoe, I'd like you to have a look at this. Hey, I know what that is. So you want to take some fingerprints? That's a great idea, Detective. Alright, go to town, sheesh. What are you doing? Why are you sticking out your hand like that? Go ahead, take my fingerprints. It's not your fingerprints we want to take. Huh? Come on, this isn't time for jokes. We're talking about that cloth we found in the safe. Oh, I knew that. The one with the handprint on it, right? Sheesh, where's your sense of humor? Okay, Mr. Wright. Let's check for prints. Sparkle the powder on the cloth. Then, once they've absorbed into the prints, blow the rest away. What are you, my mom? I don't have to be told a million times. Alright, let's get this over with. Let's do this one.
Okay, I'm gonna leave the VC, so I'm just gonna...
Okay.
Huh?
Bye. Bye. Intense. I gave it my best shot. Doesn't look like we'll get a cleaner result from this print. Let's try a different finger. Okay. Why was he hiding Emma's fingerprint? No, how can this be? What are Emma's fingerprints doing here? Hey, you found a match! Whose fingerprints were they? Huh? Oh, seems the prints are too old. They aren't clear enough to get a match. Oh, that's too bad. I thought they'd be Dark's prints. Psst. Hey, you over here. What's going on here? What are the kids' prints doing inside of the chief's safe? Don't ask me. Let's just keep this information from Emma for now. Here, maybe you should hold on to this. Well, was I any help? Of course. Thanks to your ID card, we were able to get some hard evidence. Now that's not very kind, is it? In other words, if it wasn't for his ID card, he would have been useless. Isn't that right, you in the coat? Eek! Chief Gant! We didn't think you'd be back so soon. Unfortunately, I'm a man who believes in signs. As I was walking to my meeting, I happened to look out to the window and saw a stray dog run right into a pole. Just then, I thought of a certain detective. Do you mean me, sir? Now then, I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you all to leave. Yes, sir. Sorry. Oh, you in the coat. Me, sir? Drop off your ID on the way out. You won't be needing it anymore. But, sir... Now get out. Yes, sir. We'll be on our way too then. Wait, the one without the spiky hair. Don't go yet. Me, sir? I'd like a word with you. But sir, I'm not a licensed scientific investigator yet. You're with the spiky hair. You're free to go. Mr. Wright? Look, pal. If I've told you once, I've told you 1,000 times. The chief's office is off limits. But now you just had to go sneaking in there like that, didn't you? I thought you said you didn't care anymore if you were fired. Yeah, but if I knew it'd be like this, I never would have said it. Now that I've seen the evidence Chief Gant was hiding from it in his office, I think I'm finally starting to get the picture. But why has she kept eerily silent about it all this time? Anyway, you listening to me? I'm gonna try to smooth these over with the chief again. Later, pal. After that, I heard from Emma. She said the police wanted to ask her some questions, so she'll be busy for the rest of the day. February 24th, Detention Center, Visitors Room. I see, so the chief asked Emma to come in for questioning. It's no use thinking about it. Tomorrow's the final day in the court. I'm committed to doing everything I can to defend you, which is why I'm here. But I've already told you all I can. What you've told me over these past couple of days is absolutely nothing. Not a single useful thing. Really? I believe I did mention something quite important. Something I told you right at the beginning. I said I was the one who stabbed Detective Goodman. You know, I think I've finally figured it out. I know who it is that's lurking behind your words. Mia did a good job mentoring you. I'm rather jealous. It seems Edgeworth was right. Edgeworth? Once you're convinced you know something, no one can persuade you otherwise. Thick-headed is the term he used, I believed. Now's my chance to get her to tell me the rest of the story. I have to admit, I was more than a little perplexed at first. You insisted you did it, yet there's no incriminating evidence. That's when it hit me. It's not that you're unwilling to tell the truth. It's that you're incapable of doing so because of a certain individual. What an intriguing notion. A certain individual, you say? So you think I'm protecting this person? Protecting? No, I think you're afraid of is more like it. If I'm not mistaken, the person in question may have persuaded you to be silent. For argument's sake, Mr. Wright, whom may I ask this person you're speaking of? The one I'm supposedly frightened of. What is this person's name? Well, Miss Sky? Mr. Wright, you are addressing the chief prosecutor. Do not forget your place. I take it she's still not ready to spill the beans. My apologies. Could you please tell me a bit more about what you think you know? We were partners until 2 years ago. I respected him as a detective. Assuming he is respectable, then tell me something. Why would he try to hide his crimes? His crimes? Both you and Edgeworth will be brought before a board of inquiry for what you did. Specifically, hiding and forging evidence. Of course, these are serious offenses. Why is it, though, that Chief Gant's name was never mentioned? Chief Gant? Edgeworth didn't know the truth behind the forgery. The only party who could have possibly tampered with the evidence was... me. I had access because I was the second in command of the investigation. Yes, you, but also one other, Damien Gant. If you intend to accuse Chief Gant, you'll need to be more than just words. Show me proof that Chief Gant falsified evidence in that case. I don't know, which one should I prove? I just found this paper in a safe in the chief's office. This jar piece and this piece of cloth. Do you know what these are? They're pieces of evidence from the SL9 incident. Accident. I don't know. Incident, yeah. It's incident. I don't know why I said accident. The person concealing evidence was none other than Chief Gant himself. Now tell me, why are you taking the blame for him? Touché, Mr. Wright. It's as you surmised. I cannot disobey the chief's orders, even if it means being found guilty for murder. Why not? Come now, Mr. Wright. You can't possibly expect me to be able to tell you that. 3 days ago, I had no choice but to cooperate in the murder of Detective Goodman. Or perhaps I should say, follow orders. Yes, that's more accurate than cooperate. Although I can't tell you the details, I can say that I was given an order that day. I needed to dispose of Bruce Goodman's body. You'll find it inside the trunk of Miles Edgeworth's car. Just as I suspected. Despite what everyone believes, you were not the one who murdered Detective Goodman. Correct. I was trying to take the body out of Edgeworth's car. The trunk's lock was broken, and I discovered that murder weapon while inspecting the body. The murder weapon? You mean Edgeworth's knife? No. When I found the body, this was the knife stuck in it. The knife from the SL9 incident. Serial killer Joe Dark's knife. I couldn't just leave that knife in him, so I took it out and stabbed him with the other knife. That would be Edgeworth's knife? That's right. Even though he was already dead, my hands were shaking at the thought of stabbing him. That's why I ended up cutting my hand. And that's the reason for the bandage on your right hand? Yes, it seems I got blood on the victim's shoes as well. And then... She saw me just as I plunged the knife in. Miss Starr, huh? Why did you need to hide Dark's knife so badly? It took a lot of work to finally close the Dark case 2 years ago. It was over with. I didn't ever want it to be opened again. My intent was to prevent that by whatever means possible. So, you hid Dark's knife. The weapon used to stab the detective was evidence in the Joe Dark case. If word got out, which it would, the reporters would have a field day with that. So you wrapped the knife in your scarf and hid it. In Edgeworth's exhaust pipe. Right. Then I called my sister. To tell her what happened and to ask her to hide the knife that was inside my muffler. You asked Emma? I didn't want anyone on the force to know about this. That would explain why Emma is so confident about Lana's innocence. Speaking of phone calls, I had a bad feeling about one of them that day. A bad feeling? The truth is, after I received those orders from Chief Gant, the first thing I did was make a phone call. A phone call to Patrolman Jake Marshall. To Marshall? Why on earth would you call him? The lead investigator for the SL9 incident had been murdered. I wanted that fact to be kept hidden, and I needed help. He was the only other person I could trust. Or at least I thought I could trust him at the time. However, it seemed that after I spoke to him, he went off on an escapade of his own. Oh, you mean... Not wanting the case to die, he decided to take things into his own hands. He disguised himself as Detective Goodman and tried to steal the evidence. He had already stolen the ID card, but it seemed he hadn't made up his mind to break into the evidence room. After my phone call, any remaining doubts must have disappeared. So your phone call caused the incident in the evidence room? I'm afraid that's all I can tell you. But Lana, you've earned my respect, Mr. Wright, both as a defense attorney and as an investigator. Now please, don't pursue this any further in court tomorrow. Tomorrow's trial. There's only one way to drive off Lana's demons. I've got to get to the bottom of everything. Detective Goodman's real murderer. And what went down in the chief's office 2 years ago. To be continued. That means I'm gonna end stream. That was a long one, which is why I started stream early. Well, thank you everyone for watching. Make sure to follow if you haven't already. You can check out my my Discord, I guess. And you could check out my TikTok, I guess. And I'll see everyone in the next stream, which is gonna be Sunday. Bye everyone. Have a good time zone.